Hello, Rap Dog. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Saul. How have I been? I've been good. Hello, Lily. Welcome to the stream. I've been good. How are you guys? How have you guys been? Yes, no, I've been good actually. I ended up not being able to stream yesterday because I was just busy. I was quite busy. I was so busy that I wasn't even able to really draw until the end of the day. So, yeah, I am back now. All right. I thought I had to get the coffin ready. No, I'm not gonna die yet. How dare you two hide this notification? Hello, Hugo. Welcome to the stream. Put it there. Hello, Dano or Dano. I'll say Dano, but maybe it's Dano. Welcome to the stream. What's my favorite number? It's 6. I'm gonna change the music real quick. You have school today? I see. Let me see. I will do this song. But yes, yesterday I felt a little bit rusty. Today I still kind of feel a little bit rusty, but yeah. You're overwhelmed by ducks thanks to your child. First of all, thanks to you, child. Not my child, by the way, just to let you know. Hello, Lily. No ducks. Okay. Alrighty. I called the child, not your child. Oh yeah, no, I was just clarifying. Just like I was clarifying to Lily that Lily is not my child. But yes, Dennis, I like the eyes of your first drawing. Also, how did you do the lips on the before last drawing? Are you? Have I watched Gurren Lagann? I haven't. Not really. No, I haven't finished it at the very least. Are you? You're not talking about like in this book, right? The small book. Not this one, right? You're talking about a different book. This book. You're talking about this book. And I assume you're talking about this book. So if you're talking about this book, you're talking about this drawing right here. No. You're talking about. No, wait, which one? You're talking about this drawing right here? Like this one, the one with the pyramid? I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, you are talking about this one. Ignore the butt shot. So you're talking about this one. Or are you talking about this one? Or this one? Wait, hold on. I need like the eyes of your first drawing. This one. So you're talking about this one. How, okay. Oh, the pyramid one, okay. Okay, no, this one. Yes, how do I do it? I don't know. That's just my normal eyes. How did I do the? Oh yeah, the lips. Right. Okay. How did I do? I mean, I just kind of did this. In general, when I'm drawing lips, unless I want to go like for a specific like expression, I draw it in like a sort of bow shape, like this, and then I add like this under part. If you want to give the lips more fullness, you can shade right here. Okay. Goodbye, Lily. Yeah, if you want to give it more fullness, you can like shade the top. So like in general, what I'm shading is I'm actually shading, I shade basically this area right here. So the area that's in that outline. Profile pictures. But yes, so that's basically how I did the lips. I just kind of shaded it like this. In any case. Wait, steals how I draw lips? I mean, yeah, I made a video on drawing lips actually. I have an entire video on the mouth. They look really cool, and the eyes on the first drawing shown on the drawing, showed on drawing after being rusty. And the eyes on the first drawing. So that would be these eyes right here. You know, when it comes to the face for this drawing, I'm actually not too upset with it. Yeah, I like these eyes. I think I like these eyes more, but I think that's just because these eyes are larger, so I could have put in more detail. But yeah, this face is okay. So yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, so right now I'm just trying to shake the rust off, basically. That's what I've been doing. Although, yeah. So I'm actually gonna be purposely making pretty how do I say it? I'm gonna be purposely making inaccurate drawings, if that makes sense. What I mean by inaccurate is I'll be fine with like leaving a lot of wobbly, like I'm not gonna be picking up the pen a lot, so the way that I actually draw might be a little bit uneven, if that makes sense. Uneven, I don't know how to actually explain it. Messy, maybe. If I may ask, have you thought of redrawing your old art? I have thought of it actually, and to be honest, I still have to do that. Honestly, that's probably a good video idea. I did a video a long time ago in which I asked the community like which artworks I should do, and so I actually like redraw is what I mean, and I do have 2 of them that I'm gonna do. So yeah. It's a pretty old video, not too old, but it's yeah. Yeah, so like I've thought about it, and I probably am gonna do something like that. I've done this pose before, but let's see if I can get my old thing back. My old talent. Hello for our faith. Welcome to the stream. How's your day? Yeah, I'm pretty excited about the redraws that I'm gonna do actually. I have some yeah ideas. The artworks that I chose like, or the artworks that were picked for me like that I was supposed to redraw. I actually do like the idea and the composition and the lighting of them, so I think it's gonna turn out really cool. I basically forgot about that like video idea though, but I've been reminded of it because of you, so that is good. I guess not. I haven't like completely forgot about it, but I didn't completely forget about it. But I haven't. It hasn't been like at the forefront of my mind. So what I will do? Okay, well, I guess that'll be a poll. Okay. Dennis, sticky notes. If you had an idea, put them on a damn sticky note, not somewhere where you'll. Oh, not somewhere. Where you'll see. It helps talking from experience. Yeah, yeah. That I do that sometimes. Well, okay, not on sticky notes, but like I put them on the side. Or you can't. Can you see down here? You can. On the side of my book, so like right here. You can't see. Kind of like this, like these two phrases. I have like, yeah, just ideas of what I want to draw and stuff like that on the side of books sometimes. You saw like if you saw like the bottom right of like the page, this book, I used to like have a bunch of ideas for like when people were like talking to me on stream. But in general, what was I saying? Yeah, I have a video idea like on my notes. So like whenever I'm like I want to know ideas, I look at my notes app and I like have them. The one I actually don't have is that one. I just don't have that one, so I should actually put that there. To be fair, yeah, because like I definitely know I will look at my books, so that's why I write it on my book or like somewhere near the book so I can actually see it again. Do I ever run out of ideas? Not really. For videos though, yeah. I think for videos it's kind of tricky. At least it was. I have a backlog of ideas, like for videos though. Although some ideas are better than others. Also, I need to fix this thing right here because this looks weird. Yeah, for drawings though, no. But for videos, yes. Dennis, you don't seem rusty, I must say. Anatomy, facial proportions, and maybe so like for today, I would say yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm just blind. Like I definitely like this drawing more than I like yesterday's drawings though. Like I like that drawing more than these three. And this one. Yeah, I think so. I think this drawing, cause like the progression of like yesterday when I was rusty, well, like when I felt rusty, I guess, is like I went from this drawing to this drawing to this drawing to this drawing, and then these faces, and then this was the last drawing like on this page. So in order, like from first to last, I think this one is way better than this one, just from like the pose and stuff. So like I have been getting less rusty. Seems like the rest helped them. Yes, I did. I am drawing faster now. I guess I'm just not really talking that much. I draw super slow on stream because like I'm looking at chat a lot. I think what I've been trying to do is focus a lot on drawing rather than talking, which I may be worse at talking, but it's okay. I'm definitely like more focused on drawing than talking. The last stream I did, I was way more focused on talking than drawing, so I like barely did any drawings, and I didn't want to. Yeah, I barely did any drawings, and I thought that was kind of disappointing. So I've been focusing a little bit more on like just drawing, or at least I made it a point. So like for this stream that I would focus more on drawing rather than what I'm saying. Does your hand feel better? It does, yeah. I've rested my hand. I mean, I say I rested my hand, but it's not like I really had much of a choice. It's not like it was an active decision to rest my hand yesterday, but like I basically got the entire day to like just not draw. And even at the end of the day, I barely did anything. So yeah, my hand is like pretty good, yeah. What happened to my hand? It was just like starting to like my knuckles like right here, like in between the knuckles. It was starting to like cramp. Not cramp, but it just was hurting. Yeah. And that usually happens if I like don't rest my hand, or if I'm like gripping too hard on the pencil, or if I'm pressing too hard on the page for a long period of time. Eventually my hand will like start to hurt. So I've been making sure to like yeah, I've been making sure to not do that. Chat, is it crazy to say that I stole every verse in fiction? Nah, you're just that powerful. And I feel better now. Thank you. Yeah, I do feel better now. All right, bring that down. Okay, I think this drawing is good. I don't know why I moved on to this page. I'm actually gonna go back to the other page. This is the page that I started today. Ignore the. I don't know. I was gonna say ignore the, but basically the entire page. I would just ignore the entire page actually, except for this drawing. I like this drawing. That happens to me 24/7. Oh, I just grow used to it. The same as the wrist pain, cracking of it. So it's good that you rested. Ah, yes. In fact, I'm above fiction. Oh, good. Yeah. Let me see. What am I gonna do? Right, I'm gonna just do a bunch of random drawings actually. Also, should I finish this drawing? I don't think I actually finished the shading on this. You go, I'll just being in chat. Okay, cool. Okay. I think today I'm gonna study a bunch of like streamers' arts. So probably like 58MW. I'm actually gonna like really try and study it. I haven't tried to study his artwork really, so I'm gonna try and do that today. You'll see what I can get from that. I used to think of the transport service Uber is Uber. Oh boy, not my pencils. Okay, let me bring this in like that. I'm gonna bring, so like, I think her neck would come out like this. Bring out the pauldrons like this. Knuckle, knuckle, and then this last knuckle. Cool, 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 cool. I'm gonna try and get a video out today. I think it's gonna be like explaining my process for like digital art. I've been like working on that, or at least I've been trying to get work on that video. I didn't get like any work done, like whether it be like art or just videos in general yesterday. So yeah, hopefully today I'll be able to get a video out. I'm gonna try, but I don't know how I'll be able to do it. Hence, if you happen to run out of ink, would you draw with a color pencil or a pencil? Yeah, I'll draw with a pencil if I run out of ink, but I have an extra 24 of these pens, so yeah. I have an entire pack. So if I run out, I mean, I'm not like gonna run out anytime soon. I like if I were to guess, I'd say I'd run out in about 3 months, maybe? It'll take 3 months for me to run out of all the ink that I have. But yes, hypothetically, if I were to run out of ink, I would just use a pencil. I don't know why, but I have a feeling someone in chat or subscriber knows Cura, a YouTuber which gives decent art advice. I don't know that. But yeah, probably. It'd be odd if in all of how many subscribers? 7,300 subscribers that I have, that like none of it, like assuming like Cura is like a pretty good Cura is a pretty good I mean, pretty popular is what I meant to say, like artist, and yeah, someone has to know, right? It'd be unbelievable. Drawing in color pencil is fun, just hard to erase. Well, I mean, yeah, to be fair, I could totally draw in color pencil. Let me try that. I'll try that next drawing. I'll draw in color pencil. Yeah, I don't really erase anyways. And if I draw in color pencil and then draw over the color pencil in pen, those are two distinct, like, well, instruments or tools. So the pen is gonna stand out way more than the color pencil, and that might actually look good. So I'll see if that works. Yeah. Let's see. Might actually look good. Okay, it's been 23 minutes. I've done about 2 drawings. I mean, I guess I was kind of cheating on the first drawing since I basically already had that one mostly plotted out. So, yeah. Dennis, that sketch is so cool. Is it some sort of Skyrim armor? No. It's, I guess you could say it's loosely based on, if you've seen Overlord, or yeah, if you've seen Overlord the anime, it is Ainz's, it's Ainz's armor when he turns into a warrior. It's like, that's what it's loosely based off of. But thank you, yes, I'm trying to make it look cool. The armor reminds me of fan art of Silent Salt Cookie fan art. Is that a Cookie Run Kingdom character? I only say that because cookies in the name. Silent Salt Cookie fan art. That's. Oh, it is? Okay. Do you think it's essential to know a lot about anime lore wise to draw better anime things? No, probably not. Although, I mean, it'll probably be better, to be honest. Apologize for the grammar mistake. Oh, no problem, no problem. No problem. To be honest, for the most part, the only person who like really pays attention to grammar mistakes is like the person making the grammar mistakes. And what I mean by pay attention to is the only person who like really holds on to it is like the person who makes it. Kind of like similar to like an artist, like how really the only person who really holds on to an art mistake is like the artist. Yeah, no, but no problem. Everyone makes grammar mistakes. Yeah, no, you don't need to like know about like anime lore to make better anime art. That is what you asked, right? Yeah, that is what you asked. Yeah, but I would say that like I think with a deeper understanding, maybe. Although maybe draw better. Like, yeah, probably. I can probably see a scenario in which you can use the ideas and like that you've seen in anime to create something cool, and that probably fits more with anime. But I don't know. I don't think you necessarily need to. But I think it's like another. I think knowing a lot about anime like is another avenue to make really cool things. By the way, so like for this, how do we? Oh right, she has like these pauldrons that come out the side. Not pauldron. It's not a pauldron. Pauldron is a shoulder armor. It'd be cool to watch more anime though. Although I'm not really interested in watching them. Yeah, it's fine. I guess I'll just bring that. Alright, this sketch is basically done. Do I want to shade it in? If that's the case, would you find it more helpful to read manga or watch anime? If you want to, I think reading manga, to be honest, yeah. As a person who right now is like reading more manga than watching anime, I think reading manga will improve your art because like manga is like illustrations, right? Manga is like non-moving images, and I think you can learn a lot more about just drawing in general from reading manga than from watching anime. Like, that's what I'm doing right now, so, yeah. And also, the manga probably has more information. So, like, if you want more information and you want more, like, art information, too, I think manga is, like, superior in both of those ways. I prefer anime, just, like, from a story perspective. But if you're not interested in the story at all, like, or just in what, like, consuming anime, or, like, the story, then you can just, like, read manga, because you'll get the story plus, like, a better art direction when it comes to, like, learning from art. Yeah, that type of thing. Hello, Diavola. A return when you named your stream Art of Returns? Yes, I named it that because I also returned. Yesterday I did not stream, so today is kind of like a return for me, I guess. Are you a psychic Kyle? Is my name Kyle now? Manga is good for poses, but sometimes they make mistakes. Anatomy in the first novel makes mistakes in the anatomy in the first novel. Anime, on the other hand, cheats, so it often uses smear or blurring for poses. Kind of. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. So whether the manga has like anatomy mistakes probably just depends on like the actual quality, like the knowledge level of the mangaka. Like, I don't know if like Yusuke Murata is gonna have like a bunch of, or like gonna have like anatomy mistakes. Whereas I would believe like maybe the artist of Tokyo Ghoul, Sui Ishida, at the start of the manga maybe was making more anatomy mistakes, like making some anatomy mistakes. By the end, I don't think he was though. If you're reading a book, would you prefer it to be in first person or third person perspective? Um, would I prefer it to be in the first person? Third per. So yeah, I'd prefer it to be in first person. I think that's in general more interesting. I'd like it to be narrated by the person themselves. I think those stories are more interesting to me. Dennis, you can hold on. Dennis, do you think you will reach a point where you can't get your daily stream quota? Um, I mean, probably, right? I mean, essentially, you've already reached that point. Like, considering yesterday I didn't stream, I've already kind of already like reached that point. But like, it's not like I can really. It's not like that's like a quota in the first place. I try and do daily streams, but it's not like a necessity. I'll be right back though. All right. Sorry. I'm back. Hello, Ghosty. Welcome to the stream. Well, I'm back for a second. I have to leave and then come back again. I'm making tea. Not for myself, but I am making tea. Hello, Emma. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, like I was saying, I don't have a quota for streaming every day. I do try to, but it's not like a necessity. I'm just doing it for fun. Does this tea help you draw? I don't think so, no. You know, I don't really drink tea that much. Like, if I do prefer tea, over what? What do I prefer tea over? I do like tea. I like tea. But I don't make tea a lot. I tend to just drink water. That's basically all I drink. The streaming schedule is when I feel like it. That's basically it. Or rather, the streaming schedule is just basically when I feel like when I'm drawing and I feel like I want to draw. Because sometimes I'm drawing things that I just can't draw on stream, right? So, like, in general, I don't really, yeah, like, that would be a time when I wouldn't stream. But, if I'm just drawing and just chilling, I'll stream. I might as well. Might as well be somewhat productive with it, even though streaming is not the most productive thing I could be doing, I suppose, but might as well. Dennis, while you were gone, the council decided the new pen in replacement of Pentrick shall be dubbed Penny. I see, Penny the pen. Cool. Yeah, that's what I meant. Oh, hello, Christina, by the way. You can draw. Wait, huh? Are you talking to me? Pennywise. Yeah, but in general, I never like had a quota for streaming though. So, but yeah, I mean, I should stream every day. I'll stream whenever I can draw, basically. If I can't draw today, like if I can't draw like on a certain day, then I probably just won't stream. But that's not like about the streaming, it's just about the drawing. Draw your hand drawing a drawing? No, I already did that. Or rather, I did not do that. I don't want to draw my hand, though. I've drawn a hand before. Actually, that's all excuse. I just don't want to draw myself drawing. Or rather, I don't want to draw my hand drawing. Probably because I'm lazy, though. That's most likely the reason. Alright, this drawing is basically done. Draw your hand with 5 top hats on each finger? Probably not, no. I keep thinking of Penny from Across the Spider-Verse into the Spider-Verse. Still can't get over the Penny's memes. I don't remember that. I do remember a bunch of, like, Evangelion memes, though. Ava memes. Why is it Ava and not Eva? Why do people say Ava? Because isn't it Evangelion? Wait, what the hell is Evangelion? Oh yeah, because Evangelist is what I was trying to say. Yeah, a bunch of weird pronunciations. I'll be right back. Remove the extra N and the apostrophe on the S, and that's the meme. I see. Is there a character that's like the art version of you, like how some animators show themselves as the characters? I have a character, not a character. Yeah, I did a meme about like Gold Chip, and it was me looking at a phone and being like, I'm tired of seeing Gold Chip. So I guess that would be my only persona. It's a person with no face. Other than that, though, not really. I mean, yeah, I guess. So, yeah, I guess. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Probably finally. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, okay, I finished making the tea. Thought it's autumn? It is autumn, yeah. I think I was drawing this drawing up here. Gonna bring in some shadows for the arm and the forearm. Probably this. Gonna bring in some shadow on the chest. Bring in some shadow on this chest right there. Is this albedo? No. Oh, you know, I can see it from the horns. I can actually see that. I can see that. No, but actually, this is based on Ainz's armor. It's vaguely based on Ainz's armor from like his warrior form. Although yeah, I can see the horns being like from an albedo, but no, it's not supposed to be albedo. Hello, Lily. Not your father, but yes, I am back. Okay, she has this thing on her tail, by the way. Yeah, like that, and then like that, and then like that. So it is. I heard you mention albedo. I didn't hear well because of the music. Oh, no problem. Yeah. Diavola mentioned albedo from Overlord. Hello, Broken Skull. Welcome to the stream. What the heck is that? Whatever. When I read albedo, I think of Genshin. When I hear albedo, I think of Overlord. Genshin, albedo. There's no albedo in Genshin. Well, I probably won't know. I don't really play Genshin. It does kind of look like albedo's armor with the things around the waist. Okay, goodbye, Lily. From the 12th of November, personal ID will be required in Italy to enter sites. Oh, I see. It's been like that for like everywhere. Or I guess, yeah. It started in the UK. Interesting. Started in the UK and it had ripple effects. Actually, is that a... Yeah, that is kind of it, yeah. My country is careless about everything. Something like that. Although I wouldn't necessarily call it... I would not necessarily call having to give your idea to do stuff a good idea. So, to be honest, I think it's basically... It's like... Yeah, I would say that having to give your ID is kind of careless in and of itself. I mean, have you seen the amount of like data breaches that have been happening lately? Oh, acting like I'd let that happen. Okay, so I need to bring this there. What book is she reading? I don't know. Maybe like a book on how to get better clothes. Not to mention a Discord's data breach. Yep. They try to cover up by the fact that saying they want to. They try to cover up the fact that they want our info by saying that's to protect the children. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that's a very, very good that's a good like defense though. I mean, like to be like, you can't really fight that. You can't fight that like easily though. I'm just saying. So they picked a good angle. I'll give them that. I gave my ID to Roblox. I regret. Not the Roblox. You have to give your ID to Roblox? Wait, what? Why would Roblox need your ID? ID. Whatever. Goes into the... Okay, so I'm gonna bring this down here like that. Not to mention Roblox started selfie verification. Oh, it did. So they can scan your face to see your age. Oh yes, because of course it works. Perhaps it is peak 0. Oh yeah, I guess that is. Oh yeah, ReZero is probably in books. No, it's a book on how to get better clothes, definitely. The age of consent in Italy is 14, and you have to be 18 to goon. What? Okay, you know what? You sure it's not like that thing where it's like the age of consent is technically like 12 in Japan, but like it's like practically 18 because like in like all the different prefectures it's like 18 or something like that. So like technically like on paper it's like low, but like actually it's like high. It cannot actually be 14. That wouldn't. Whatever. I'm not here to debate logic on countries and how they decide their age of consents. I've heard some people in my school doing stuff. I see. At least they'll remove it within 30 days. I hope, Rapdog. Yeah, they always say they'll remove it within 30 days, but as the data breaches prove, they don't actually remove it after 30 days. They just kind of keep it. They say they're gonna, but they don't. Which isn't that like grounds for like a lawsuit? I'm surprised they haven't got like sued. You should draw a silly little creature. Look, it's a silly little creature. There. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates was a proto suit. I don't think I know enough about. I think I have. No, that's not a par. Oh, wait. Something mech something. Yeah, probably. Yeah. In any case, yeah, that's just what people do. It's not even that teenagers are weird. I think just people are weird. Actually, wait. What do we consider weird here? What is weird in this case? Actually, don't really know. Haven't been following. We're in this case, doing weird shit, what you shouldn't as a minor. I mean, I suppose, yeah, but like, since when? I mean, you could say it's like not the smartest idea, sure, but weird being out of the normal, like out of the norm. I don't think that would be considered out of the norm. I think that's like literally, like, assuming you're going through puberty, your hormones are like going crazy. It follows that like I don't think it's like a weird like outcome for like whatever they do. Good morning, Imaginary Land. Welcome to the stream. How's your day? And true, but it still disgusts me. Someone who doesn't feel affection. Yeah, but like just because something. I mean, I guess the thing about that is, if what we're considering, okay. I mean, if the definition of weird is just something that's different to yourself or something that disgusts you, then, I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine, but it's not exactly, I don't know. It seems like normal human behavior. And even farther than that, it kind of just seems like normal life behavior. That's just kind of like how living beings, like, do things. In that case, you can kind of say life is weird or life is strange. Haha, that's a game. Anyone remember what Life is Strange? But yeah, Dennis, do you think that's the no, the definition of weird technically is like is something that being outside of the norm, something like out of the ordinary. So it'd be whatever is weird would be whatever like, yeah, like weird is like something that's outside of the norm, which I don't think like basic reproductive like urges is like outside of the norm for like any living being. I mean, you could like, so like if a robot tried to like reproduce like with a person, I think that would be weird because robots like aren't living beings, and I don't think they should. I don't think they like have the drive. So if a robot was trying to do that, that'd be weird. But when it comes to like people, when it comes to human beings, when it comes to like animals or just yeah anything like that, it's not weird to me that people like try to reproduce. Weird has a variety of meanings, I suppose. But it goes, yeah. I mean. I don't know. I think weird. I think is that like yeah. I guess. I think weird really just means out of the ordinary. I think like 99%. Like when someone says weird, something is weird. Something is unexpected. Something is like, yeah, out of the ordinary. Like for instance, a lot of cases where someone could call someone like weird. Like someone could be like, "You're weird," but what do they mean by "you're weird"? They mean like you're doing something that's like completely off to them, something that's not normal. If everyone was doing doing like a weird thing, it wouldn't like you wouldn't have the, you just probably wouldn't call someone weird. That's just how it feels, right? Or at least to me. Like in school, like a nerd, like you would call like I would say you would call like I've seen like people like call people like weird for like liking math and stuff like that, but that's just because from their perspective, it's out of the ordinary. Assuming they're the majority. That's just kind of how I feel though. Everyone is different, but only some actually show it, and those are the ones that we call weird. Yeah, yeah, I guess. Yeah, so I guess the definition of weird, I think the definition of weird isn't actually like, it doesn't change that much, but I think the thing that does change is your context. So I guess that's what Saul was saying. Like, so I guess for a person who like doesn't feel any attraction, because the norm is not feeling any attraction or like any reproductive like wants, it would be weird to like have those feelings. So like, because like it's outside the norm. So you just have to change the context. But I think the actual usage of the word weird is like the same. The term yeah, that's what I'm saying. The term like weird is pretty subjective, and like yeah, so like I I don't know why no, actually I do know why, but it I very much I don't like to like use subjective terms. For instance, like I hate to use the word good or bad, like that type of thing. And so in a similar vein, I also hate to use the word like weird. It just feels, maybe it's because I crave objectivity. Maybe that's what maybe it's like something like that. I don't know. It always leads somewhere. Not gonna lie, I just date for the sake of the person, not myself, which I've learned to stop doing after, well, yes. How's your day going? And my day is going mad because Google's AI still decided to mark me as 15 because to the AI, even though I'm still almost 18, the AI thinks my face looks like you're a 15-year-old. Yeah. AI is not the best. I've never dated the ones I was attracted to, didn't feel the same way as me, so they never accepted an actual date. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that sometimes. Okay. Goodbye, Diavola. If I was a character, what theme would I represent, and what would I have? And what would I have? And would I have a W conclusion? Yeah, I don't really know you though. I don't know. I don't have enough information to like say anything. If I were a character, what theme would what would I represent? I don't know. When it comes to the internet, basically everyone is blank. What I think about a person on the internet is it's very blank. Like, in general, unless like I have a very strong, like there's been like a strong impact or something like that, it's pretty blank for the most part. Would that be considered weird? Maybe. Is that out of the ordinary, perhaps? Des, what do you think about parasocial relationships? They're strange, right? I don't think they're so like yeah. Basically, are they weird? I don't think they're weird. I think they're expected. I think basically I think humans are very wired to connect to people. I think they're unhealthy, perhaps. Although, or maybe I guess the better way to say it is, I think they have a higher chance of being unhealthy than a real life. Or maybe that's not true. I don't know. Yeah. I don't feel like they're strange. I feel like they might be unhealthy and they can definitely lead into like unhealthy obsessions. To call them strange, I think it's pretty expected, to be honest. I think people are very much wired to seek out connection, and yeah, so for like a type of being that like tries to seek out connection, it's expected that like people will like would want some amount of like relationship, parasocial or not. Yeah, probably not the best way either. When I low-key get betrayed by Dennis, but it's okay because it gets a 9.8 out of 10 betrayal. Huh. I haven't betrayed anyone. I simply don't know you. I don't know what to say. By the way, what pen size do you mainly use? Let me check. This is a 0.0, yeah, this is just a 1mm pen tip, I suppose. Although my pen right here, my pencil is a 0.5. But this is just a a 1mm. I'm gonna head out. Okay, goodbye, Saul. I'm gonna draw some fan fiction of Pendrick X Galwart. Huh. Interesting. What? Okay, never mind. I'm trolling Ari at the Discord right now. Check the general chat. Ari, whoever her name is, Hey6 or something. What do you mean by trolling? Penny X Galward when? Oh. Why are you asking me? I'm not the creator of this. Wait, who's the one who came up with Pendrick and Gelward? Or is it Gelward, isn't it, right? It'd make more sense if it was Gelward. Yeah, you know what? When I think about parasocial relationships, I more so think about it like how strange they are. I think it's comparable or kind of comparable to be like it'd kind of be like it'd be like asking a question. Do you think it's strange like how people use drugs? And I'd be like, I don't think it's strange. I think it's like expected that like or like how people are addicted to drugs. I think it's like expected, but I think it's like generally unhealthy, but it's expected. So I wouldn't find it strange. That's basically how I thought. Oh, that's cool. The face of the MC and the one man you're drawing. Thank you. Yeah, this side profile turned out better than I thought. And this is just this one right here is just a study on the muscle. It's supposed to be a study on the muscles. I guess I did draw the face. It's been about an hour and 10 minutes. I guess an hour and 14 minutes, really. I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess, drawings? Or 3.5 drawings. I'll count that. That one is like a half. Which is... Okay, to be fair, I was missing for a good amount of it, so I probably would have been done faster. By the way, for the... Yeah, so like, this would be like that. I guess this is the triceps. Wrap this around like this. Is that the blue moon? Because Dennis drawing men? I have a drawing men, yes. I am. Yes, who's the girl with the yellow shirt on the right? Her name is Regula. Not regular, but Regula. Is that the blue moon? What? I just don't like to read sometimes, Hugo. Is the moon blue? Because Dennis is drawing men. Yeah, no, Regula. She has ice powers. In general. Well, that's not it. She has heat powers. She has the power to control temperature. She regulates. Regula regulates temperature. I think the moon is blue because of moon dust. Maybe. Dennis is reinterpreting these sentences, I swear. I am. I take a glance at the comment and then I just like go back. I don't actually fully read the comment. Or I do fully like, okay, yeah, I take a glance, I just guess the words. Like I'm trying to basically I'm auto-correcting. And like from the fragments of the sentence that I do see, I basically interpret what it probably is. As long as I get the message, right? As long as I get the meaning. Alrighty. Okay, this guy is done. Sorry, what happened to Noma on the right side? Did she got smited? There's blue flames coming out her head. It looks like she is squirming. The blue is just... The blue is actually just the outline. So you see, like, for this drawing too, it's like outlined in like orange, and this one is outlined in like a grayish color. So this is just the outline. And this one, yeah, she's been like essentially decapitated. Although she's alive, she can't die. The only reason she's decapitated is because I drew the head like in the wrong position. So I just decided to like work with my mistake and make it like a decapitation. Okay, this page is basically full. Let me go to another page. I didn't notice the blood. That's actually not blood either. It's not supposed to be blood. It's also just like an outline. But yeah, it could read as blood. Oh, you're talking about that. Oh, then yeah, yes, that is blood. Yes, sorry. I wasn't even looking at my own drawing properly. Yeah, that is blood. I didn't notice the blood either, and I drew it. So, you know, me and you are on the same page. I know it's supposed to be a decapitation, although, yeah, I forgot I drew blood. The girl with the yellow shirt on the right reminds me of Power for some reason. Maybe because of the shorts? Yeah, I guess Power, like, does wear those shorts sometimes. A lot, maybe? Yeah, a lot. Maybe, no, sometimes. Check new page on the right. Thank you. It's an old page. It's from a while ago. Hello, Null. Welcome to the stream. What is this drawing? So I'm trying to get less rusty today. Let's see how well I can get that done. So sorry. Some people in my family told me that things like tracing is only just the easiest way if a person doesn't want to practice or refuse to use AI art. Hold on. Some people in my family told me that things like tracing is just the easiest way if a person doesn't want to use. So that was my grandmother. Give me 1 second, actually. Yeah. When you're using a what? Yeah, I guess like tracing is like kind of easy if you're, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, give me 1 second. Alrighty. Have been here in a hot minute. That's true, you have not. Alright. I completely forgot about Millie's song Imagine Flight, and I listened to it earlier. I was like, yeah, it's a pretty good song. I haven't listened to it for a while, but I got it on shuffle. And I liked it. The Family of Singularity. Something like that. How am I to draw this face? I'll try it like this. We'll bring that around like that. I'm gonna bring that like there. Like that. Okay. It'll be a little bit tricky, or so I say, but probably not super tricky, because this is just going to be coming down. The meeting point for the hips is going to be over here. Assuming like the crotch is somewhere there, or something. That'd be there. Maybe bringing the leg around here. I started going to the gym and my arms hurt like hell. If I try and extend or bend, I get huge cramps. I see. To be a burden is to be human. Interesting phrase. I think it's true. I like that quote, so yeah. Actually, I don't know where she got that quote from, but yeah, I heard that quote, so I wanted to just put it somewhere to remember it. That's my excuse for not attending the previous streams. It'd be like that. Is this me or is this like is my mic low? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just talking softly. Now it's better? Huh. I didn't do anything. All I did is tap on the screen. Or rather, not on the screen, I tapped on the, what's that thing called? Oh yeah, the phone. But yeah. I didn't really draw yesterday, so I didn't stream yesterday either. This doesn't work. I don't think this perspective quite works. If I were to do this perspective, actually, I think what I'd do is I'd bring the leg down and shrink the leg more than I'm shrinking that leg over there, because it wouldn't make sense that this leg is bigger and that leg is even larger than that leg, so I should probably just bring that there. My vids are cool. Thank you. I'm glad you like them. I'm gonna bring that down like that. What about my videos are cool? What do you think is cool about my videos? Nothing like aggressive tapping to fix it. Yeah. Hello, Lils. Welcome to the stream. You're on time for another live. You are, yes. Okay, now I'm gonna bring this in like that. I did do capoeira when I was younger, but I only stayed 6 months. After that, I entered karate for like 3 to 4 years. Oh, nice. I was gonna go because of school. Okay, goodbye. After that, I'm not doing any martial arts right now. Nice. I find martial arts so cool, but I'm too lazy to do it. Focus on big muscles. Yes. It'd be like that. What, are you trying to get like this guy? Trying to get muscular? Probably. Seems like something you do. I like this armor. This armor turned out pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I'll draw more armor maybe at some point. Yeah, I want that juicy, yummy body. Nice. I'm sure you will have luck with that. I'm more focusing on a leaner physique. Fair enough. To be honest, yeah, I don't really want to be super muscular. Back. Hello, Lily. I just finished the parts I needed, and my hands hurt. Yep, it'd be like that. Your anatomy is so good. I love the shading. And thank you, thank you. You have kitty cuddles right now? Nice, nice. Cats are cool. Cats are cool. To be honest, I'm mostly likely to get a lean body because I'm skinny. I'm not complaining though. Yeah, I mean, it's not like yeah, you have to like you have to work pretty hard to get bulky. So it's not like something you can do on accident. Getting doggy calls right now? No, like stuffed doodles? No. I'm gonna bring in her eye. I guess eyes. Like so. Bring in the nose. And bring in her eyes. Again. There we go. Rather than a duck, do kitty doodles? No, I don't think I will. Let's do a raccoon if you can. Probably no. Don't think I will. Or maybe I will. Maybe I will after all. Who knows? Who knows what I'm gonna do? No one knows. Not even me. It's more fun that way. Show the page with the duck army? I don't think I want to. Because if I want to show that page, I'm gonna have to take this book with all the pencils off, and all the pencils are probably gonna fall. I don't want to move that. Also, I'm not your dad. Just to be clear. Please? No, I don't wanna. Huh? I haven't spoiled you. What are you talking about? To spoil you would have required me to, like, do something, like, actually difficult. And I'm too lazy to do anything for anyone. So I say, but I just got finished making tea for someone, but that's besides the point. Huh? No one can force me to do anything. I don't want to draw anymore. It's too painful for me. I'll have peace. Why is it too painful? As in, like, actually painful? Or, like, mentally painful? New emoji collected? Yes. Judgment. Although, you know, I realized that because her eyelashes are blonde, because she's blonde and her eyelashes are, like, blonde as well, the squinting is actually not that hard to discern from, like, the rest of the page, especially from far away. Okay, so what did I say I was gonna do? I was gonna bring it around here. both physically and mentally. Huh. Yeah, kind of hard to, kind of difficult to tell what's going on. Yeah, fell slightly flat. Definitely easier to tell when it's like an actual illustration, but condensed into a low resolution emoji. Yeah, not that good. Not that good at all. Why would I draw that? I probably should not do that. What I will do is, do I do this? But what would I mean, no, that's a little bit, yeah, no, maybe not. The most easy to see is this one. It is, yeah. He is a very silly goober. Hello, actually, welcome to the stream. Because his eyes and face is so large, it's like, how could you possibly miss what's happening? Dennis, are you drawing sketchier things on purpose? Yes. I'm drawing sketchier on purpose. I need to... It's my attempt to get the rust off. Okay, goodbye, Hafiz. Draw the crotch sketchier as well? I kind of already did that, yeah. Wait, what do you mean by that? Didn't I say I was gonna do the next drawing? I did, with the sketch part of it in color pencil? I did say that at some point. I must have forgotten. By the way, so... You know, the inner intentions, Unk? I don't know what you're talking about. I will feign ignorance. Again, I have no idea what you're talking about. Dennis, is Null your favorite nephew? I don't have any nephews either. I don't think that actually works there. For this post specifically, I don't think so. Too embarrassed to admit? Oh. I feel like this is slander. Slander indeed. Actually, where do I put the arm? I could just, yeah, I'll just rest the arm at the back. So somewhere around here. By resting the arm like there, the chest is now visible. What? Who is this? I think I'm gonna go with that one. What's she sitting on? She's not sitting on anything, actually. She's squatting, I guess. Something like that. I was hoping for squishy physics. True, true. I mean, what would that be? It would be just... Actually, it'd probably just be this instead of that. Assuming that's like there, that's like there. There to be much of any like intense squishing. She's sitting on her aura. She doesn't need chair. That's just something she can do. Maybe. Is she hanging on to something? Yeah, she's gonna have like some sort of staff or something. You'll just make it a stick. Although I don't know why she'd have a stick. She's not a mage. Thanks for the blessing. Let's see if I know how to do it. See, I was actually not thinking about like squishing. I was thinking about more like a jiggle. But the jiggle would be different than like just a plain squish. Cool stick from the road. We've all seen cool sticks from the road, or just in the forest, or just like in the backyard. And then just somehow gets lost. Like, I don't know where it goes. She just spawned and grabbed anything she could find to defend herself. Maybe, yes. She's too tall for the train. She's standing. She's standing onto the handle, but she has to squat. Oh, I see, yes. She's so large that she has to squat instead of just stand. How do I draw the back for this? I don't know. Where's her face? So her face would be like this. I guess I'm just gonna be bringing in her nose like that. Very large indeed. She's a very large woman. Actually, not really. She's not supposed to be that large. She just has a normal stick. Gonna have her look backwards, I guess. Somewhere past the camera. Dennis, do you like huge height differences? No, not really. Although I don't really care if there's like height differences or not, but in general, I don't have a preference for that, no. I'm thinking if I should skip gym today. The answer if you should skip the gym or not is probably no. You should not skip the gym. I should take a nap today is what I should do. After stream maybe? What time is it? It's almost 2 hours. But it's only legs? But that's pretty important, isn't it? You must do the gym. You must do the gym. Dennis, oh wait, no, I read that already. Never skip leg day. Indeed. That is what they say. Give her horns. Okay, she has very small horns today. Sometimes a woman has to have small horns. It'd be like that. Fine, you convinced me. I'm gonna leave in half an hour. Okay. I'm so tired. No, hold on. I was gonna say I was gonna change the song. Although my tiredness is not false. Which is odd, because I went to sleep pretty early, but, you know, that's probably my bad. It's my bad for going to sleep late the night before. I'll admit my fault on that. Hey, wait, no, it's not my fault this time. This time, actually... Wait, no. Yeah, no, night before last night, I actually had to stay up. I will not take blame for that one. Of course, you could say that I should have gone to sleep earlier the night before. You could have also said that I could have taken a nap that time, too. There are ways I could have avoided it, so yeah, sure, it's my fault. Bring in her spine. Shoulder blade. Hair. Marking. Me skipping arms day because I can't do any home exercise with just one arm because my shoulder connects to the arm and it makes everything crack and feel uncomfortable. Well, I guess that's fair. It's all messed up. It is. It does seem to be. How do I draw this properly? So first of all, looking at it like that, I probably should just bring that in more like that. Pop that out like that. Sleeping early once after you consistently sleep late will make you feel tired after waking up because your body's not used to it. Um, sleep at least 3 times in a row. Yeah, I mean, I should be able to do it tonight too. Although, if I want to sleep early, I probably should not take a nap. That's probably the bad idea. If I take a nap, I might not be able to go to sleep early. How? What do you mean, how do you sleep early 3 times in a row? I think that's pretty straightforward. I think in general, like, yeah, to sleep early 3 times in a row, that would be like, you know, go to sleep at like 9 a.m. or something. 9 p.m., sorry. Go to sleep at 9 p.m. every night. I mean, unless you have pretty bad discipline, though. Which is, like, fair. I think that's me. Well, I say that. I should be able to do it. I did it basically last night. I shall go to sleep early tonight, too. Hopefully. To be fair, I'm only sleeping early because I started training. I used to sleep very late. Fair. Yes, you'll change your schedule if there's something important that you want to do. Damn. Those are some large boobs. What was that? Oh, that's what that was. You know, surprisingly, it's not actually. Is this? Oh, is this who's this character? I know this is that girl from that gacha. It is a gacha, right? The blonde one. I'm aiming for 7 hours of sleep so my muscles can rest. Fair. It's hard for me because my brother is too noisy. He goes to bed very late. At dawn playing games rather than doing his homework. Fair. Yeah, when it comes to noise, I'm not too. I think I'm pretty good with like ignoring noise. Is this actually safe work? I guess this is technically safe work. It's just barely safe. Who's this artist? They have a very smooth style. Very smooth style, but some pretty good rendering. Interesting. Can you show it, please? Actually, I can. Those things are massive! No, I'm joking. Here, look. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Yeah, this one. I like the rendering, though. The rendering looks really good. I don't know what I meant by I like the rendering, though. I don't know why I said though. I like the rendering. The hair is very simple, honestly. Do I want to copy? Do I want to try and copy that hair for my render? Probably not, actually. That's really cool. Who's the artist, if I may ask? I do not know who the artist is specifically. This is okay. Yeah, so like half of the name is in is that Japanese or Chinese? It's QS. Isn't that the girl from Blue Archive? Hold on, let me just see. Yes, she has the halo, right? So I assume that's like Blue Archive. Yes, Blue Archive. Asuma Toki? It seems like that's her name. Her name seems to be Asuma. I have a bunch of art of her. Okay, hold on. I don't actually. I don't really want a bunch of art of her. Do I even want to do this pose? Probably not. I understand. I never saved with art. No, like I have the name. The name isn't a word. It's not. I can't read it. Let me see. Do they have any, like, a Twitter or something? No. I'm learning Japanese right now, so maybe I could translate it. Let me see. Nope, not that. Can I get the name? No, I don't want to know who they're following. I just want the name. Fine, let me see. Can I, like, screenshot it? Okay, the name is, here. Blue Archive probably the second biggest Gunnar game right after Zenless Zone Zero. Are you sure? I don't know. Like, I haven't seen much of Blue Archive, but from what I've seen, the art isn't actually... Maybe I'm tripping. Anyways, yeah, this is the name right here. Yeah, I don't know what this is. It's some sort of Asian letter. Hello, Ren. Welcome to the stream. How's your day going? Could you maybe go a little closer? Okay, let me see. Here's what I'll do. All right, here. This is the name. Yeah. But yeah, that's the name. Okay, cool. 85% of the girls looks like kids, and there is some Gunnar art. Really? I haven't seen any. The community is way worse. The community is something, that's for sure. I've seen. The amount of crying faces I've seen is astonishing. I don't think I've seen any Gunnar art of, like, I haven't seen any Gunnar art that is, how to say, of, like, I haven't seen any official Gunnar art, but to be fair, I haven't played the game. But, like, usually you can, like, see, like, in general, like, especially, like, if, like, for, like, Zenless Zone Zero, like, I mean, I think that's, like, pretty apparent. For, like, a game like, I think it's, I guess, Nike, or Nike, Goddess of Victory? I don't know what it is. Yeah, like, that game, I can tell. But not Blue Archive. I haven't seen. Uma Musume is probably the only gacha game that doesn't have goon traps. Maybe that's true. I seriously haven't seen any. Well, I guess it's probably like that. Goldship mentioned. Goldship was not, in fact, mentioned. No one mentioned Goldship. You mentioned Goldship. The only thing that was mentioned was the only thing that was the only thing that was mentioned was Uma Musume. I still can't escape from Goldship. This is so sad. So sad. In any case. Goldship is the Uma? I mean, I guess, yeah. She probably is the most popular one, to be fair. Still, though, no one mentioned Goldship. Hello, AlphaBot. Welcome to the stream. Alrighty, let me see. I will do. How's your day going? Was Unk contemplating? I'm not contemplating anything. Goes back to contemplating. Fine. Dennis is. Wait. What sentence is that? Something. Is that love or loving? Loving to speak Spanish. Fluent. Would I love to speak Spanish fluently? Or fluidly? Because that looks like fluid. So fluid sounds like fluent. Yeah, can't figure that one out. Like, would I like to speak Spanish fluently? Yeah. Oh, damn, I'm so good. I'm so good. I don't know what half those words are, but you know, I got it. Yeah, would I like to? Yeah, I think being able to speak other languages would be cool. I would like to, but like, I'm also too lazy at the moment to like do that. Chris, we have trouble understanding the first phrase, but instantly recognizes mine. Crazy how he has trouble understanding the first phrase, but he instantly. I recognized yours? What? I'm confused. Yeah, I know gusto is like or something like that. I know hablar is like to speak. And I know Spanish. That's a word I do know. I know, and well, I don't know what fluida is, but I know it looks like fluid, so yeah, I guess. So the name of the artist roughly translates to something like spring water in kanji, but I'm not sure. It'd be like that. Dennis is learning Spanish for the Latinas. Well, sure, if you want to frame it like that. No, I just want to wait. I don't know. To be honest, if there's a language that I do want to learn, it's probably like Korean, so I can like understand 58 W. I would say Japanese, but I don't know. I know what you planned. I haven't planned anything. Okay, let me see. So, assuming the crotch is like there, we're gonna be bringing this around there, wrapping that like that. Bro, Korea is a fire place. I went there in April. Oh, nice. Fluida is like the adjective of fluid in Spanish. So they like adding genders to things for some reason. Example, ant is hormiga, feminine. Or no, is it hormiga? I don't know. Pronunciations, right? Yeah, I do know about like the gendered stuff. I wonder why. I mean, yeah, like it's like the moon is feminine, the sun is masculine. Yeah. Fluida and fluido, depending on the word. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, like it'd be L for the sun and it'd be La for the moon. Basically, that type of thing. Yeah, I've never gone to, wait, obviously. I don't have a passport. I haven't gone outside of the country, really. Not like I have a true yearning to travel, though. I just like to draw. Who's practically fluent? I mean, Rap Dog, maybe. So that's Rap Dog's native language. I am not fluent at all. Fluent, I mean, I'm not fluent at all. Now, how am I fluent? I'm not fluent. I mean, how am I fluent? I'm barely fluent in English. I can barely speak my own language. Or rather, I can barely speak my native language. You're not fluent, but you're like the person with the most understanding in Spanish I saw. That can't be true. Which state do I live in? I live in the state of being the goat. Shoot me, please. No, I live in Georgia. I mean, while not being stated, maybe. Yeah, good one, man. I know. It wasn't a joke. That was just the truth. I am, in fact, the goat. You know, I'm just so good at being a person. Who's this character supposed to be? Maybe it'll be Laxu. Are you about to draw two girls kissing? No, there will be no kissing happening here. Besides, this is a guy. I don't know how dangerous this is. I don't know. It looks intimate, but I don't know. I really don't know where I'm going with this pose. You know, I don't actually have practice like with kissing. The scenes, like kissing, drawing, kissing. I said that so many times. Yeah, I don't have practice drawing kissing. I could actually do that more. Bluetooth kiss. Yeah. This is intimidating. Yeah, I was more so gonna go. I was gonna draw a. What's it called? What's this supposed to be? A cold face. Yes, her face was gonna be cold. So yeah, yeah. Me neither, man. We're in the same boat. Never had my first kiss either. That's not what I was saying. I was saying I've never drawn kissing. Honestly, you know, it's not likely that your first kiss is gonna be like the best. I guess it depends. Depends how good the person is at kissing. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. It's like Denji. It's like Denji getting his first kiss. Man is traumatized. Was yours good? No, it wasn't. It wasn't good. It wasn't bad. It was awkward. Seems like every first I've had in my life has been awkward. First time drawing, awkward. And by awkward, I mean just like pretty like bad. Not like uncomfortable, I suppose. It was funny. It's more funny than anything. Rose Denji's first kiss. Denji does not have a good track record with kisses, huh? Yeah. I've been on my first kiss. I mean, yeah, that's fine to be honest. Yeah, I guess I was saying that like your first kiss isn't like guaranteed to be like good. I was saying that as like it's actually not something you need to rush, honestly. Like your first time at doing basically anything is gonna be pretty bad. Or I say pretty bad. Yeah, it's usually gonna be pretty bad and awkward. So, um, but I guess, yeah, your first time doing anything is as special as you want it to be, I suppose. They can't be good without experience. Yeah. Do you think? Oh yeah, sorry. Do you think kissing is important in the story? No. I don't know why I thought so much. No. Let me give this guy glasses. He's supposed to have glasses, right? I'm pretty sure. I feel like having an alright first kiss is fine though. Yeah, better than having a bad first kiss. And like in general, like it was funny. So, um, or at least it's like something that you laugh about afterwards. So that's better than having like an awkward experience that you just don't talk about or something like that. Yeah. Is there a romance in your story? Yes. Yes, there is romance. Although I wouldn't say, well, yeah, there's romance. Yeah. The singularity got game. Um, no. Well, no. I wouldn't call it game. Yeah, I mean, but somehow, some way, you know, he got something. I don't know. Bro has orb riz or something. Freaking spherical riz. I don't know what the guy has, but you know, if it works, it works. So good on him. Are any of the characters in your story black? Yeah, multiple. Let me see. In the main group, what is the see? How can I even qualify the main group? Okay, let me just go with the yeah. Let me just say that as the main group. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and then 4. Wait, who am I counting? God, see, if I had an actual list, if I had an actual list, I think that'd be way easier to like quantify. Because now I'm relying off of my memory of like everyone in the group. Yeah, it's about even. At least for the main group. W representation. Honestly, it's not even about representation. It's just about like interesting. But I suppose, yeah. I thought it would make sense. Yeah. I guess she kind of counts, yeah, so, yeah. Des, would you consider Noma as a dark-skinned character? When Noma has skin in the first place, then yeah, she'd be dark-skinned. But, I mean, in general, she's like literally made out of, I guess, she's more like a silhouette, so. She's dark on two fronts. When she has skin, she's dark-skinned. When she doesn't have skin, she's a shadow silhouette, so. Yeah. Does she not have skin? Well, you see Noma over here? She's like basically supposed to be pure black. As black as space. Or actually, not even that. She's not supposed to have like, yeah, she's supposed to be like, she's supposed to absorb all light that comes in contact with her body. So she's supposed to be pure black. I'd send the free Hisakuna gif if I could. Is Noma a black queen? I mean, if you want to say that, she is, sure. A black queen. something else might come into contact with their body real soon, if you know what I mean. Um, I mean, maybe. Is this what they call... I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm not focusing because I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing with this pose. I think I messed up this face. I could have done this face better. I'd walk up, I'd shake her hand. I see. For Shira when we need her. You know, Shira comes with... You know, Shira, she will be there. Shira will be there at some point. I'm gonna walk away. I don't know how to talk to girls. You talk to girls like how you talk to... Okay, hold on. Maybe that's not the most accurate thing. Yeah, talking to girls is actually not that difficult. You kind of just, like, talk to them. It depends what girls you're around, obviously. It depends, like, you're around, like, yeah, just, I guess it depends on the culture. But in general, you kind of just, like, talk. Bonus points if you both have something in common, but in general, like, the way that you talk to a guy is the same way that you, like, basically talk to a girl. At least in my, yeah, in my experience, that's just how it works. Now you're right. Approaching girls in the wild is scary, though. Well, yeah, but like that's kind of like approaching anyone in the wild. Like it's the same thing like approaching anyone. The reason why it's scary for you is because you're approaching with intention, right? It would be like the difference between like walking up to like a random guy like that you have no interest in like how it goes, like the interaction. So like there's no like nerves. But when you walk up to a girl, you have like intentions, like supposedly. I think that's the reason why you would be nervous. Basically, you just have to approach without any intention. It's like the same thing when you're drawing. When you're drawing, if you approach a drawing thinking, oh, this has to be perfect, this has to be a really good drawing, I want this drawing to turn out good. When you actually have stakes and whatever, like how the thing is gonna turn out, you're gonna be nervous about about drawing. And so the same is like true for people. But the thing is, just like in drawing, whether like an interaction goes well or not doesn't actually really matter. What matters is, like, if you had fun during the interaction. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter how it happened. It just matters, like, during the interaction, was it cool? Was it fun? If so, good. You don't really need to care about the outcome, because the good drawings are going to come eventually, right? The good outcomes, the good conversations, the good, like, relationships will be built, like, at some point, but yeah. Dennis, do you think not knowing what girls you're on is really that, but wait, hold on, I don't actually really understand this though. Do you think not knowing on yeah, sorry, I don't, do you think not knowing what girls you like, what kind of girls you like? Oh, like, so do you think not knowing what girls you're into is really that bad? I mean, if you don't know what girls you're into, then that probably means that you just have like not that much, you don't really have that many, like you don't have a type really, and I don't think not having a type is good. I mean, in general, I think the same is like true for me too. I don't really have a type. Yeah, I guess you're right. That's a good point. I got high hopes / expectations. Then drawing is low-key true. That's why I don't try drawing stuff that I think is too hard. Any advice is that? I mean, the advice that like comes to my mind immediately is like kind of like how like an ignorant person would like approach like homelessness. If you're homeless, just like literally buy a house. So like in my mind it's like, well, if you're worried about like a drawing like turning out good or not, I would just be like, well, just don't. But like I guess that's like, and you can't really do that. That's easier said than done. In practice, I guess so. Like what's happening in my mind while I'm drawing, I'm just trying to learn like a small thing from drawing. So like in a drawing, it's not actually about the big picture. It's not really about the big picture. It's like about, can I learn a small thing? Can I get even like a little bit better at what I'm doing? That's really all I'm aiming for. So I'm not actually, so when I'm drawing, I don't look at like the end result. I just want to learn something. I just want to learn. And eventually, and so like while learning, and I just want to have fun. So like just having fun in the moment, right? The thing is, when you're finished with a drawing, like if you're like for 90% of the time after you're finished with the drawing, you're not going to be looking at the drawing. So like, does it really matter if this one drawing is going to be like a masterpiece, or does it matter that like it like you'll learn something each drawing, and you'll like have fun. So first you'll have fun, you'll enjoy the experience. The fun will stay with you, like the enjoyment, the happiness that comes from like doing a good, or the happiness that comes from like learning something in a drawing, or just doing a drawing that you like in the first place. That's gonna last. But the happiness that comes from like making a masterpiece in general isn't going to like, it's not going to stay with you. The masterpiece itself is not going to stay with you. So it would be like, think about it in like, yeah, just having fun and learning something. And like, I guess learning something, it kind of is like a burdensome thing, because you kind of put pressure on yourself to learn something in the first place. But so I would say just like focus on having fun, and like as like a side quest in the drawing, just like try to learn something. But like learning something isn't necessarily the main point. Just do something that you want to like have fun with. Yeah, I guess that'd probably be it. Can I think of something else? And if you do want to actually improve, I would say use a reference. Like, so try and study a reference, but don't study the entire reference. Just pick one part of the reference that you actually want to like learn, and then for the rest of it, you can actually just, yeah, you can just freestyle. So you can just vaguely use a reference, but like focusing on one like particular aspect. For instance, like if I'm doing this drawing and if I have a reference on the left, I'll just focus on like the stomach, like just this tiny area. For the rest of the drawing, I can like vaguely use the reference, but I don't really care if it like turns out perfect, or if it turns like 1-to-1, like as a copy. I just try and learn something for like one part. But yeah, if you hate making art, there is generally no point. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there really is no point to like doing something that you hate, especially for art. I think, I think art is a personal thing. So if you don't personally like art, I don't know why you'd like do art in the first place. It just seems like it'd be painful, yeah. That's good advice. Oh, okay, well, I'm glad it helped. Um, so like, yeah, basically what I'm drawing, every single drawing I do is based on a reference. And I think I would like to show all the references I use, but I simply can't. I think if I showed all the references I used, I think that would like give people a better idea of like how I'm using them. But like I said, I can't. But yeah, if you could see, like I don't use the reference. I'm not really studying that hard on like one particular thing. Like like if the reference has clothes, sometimes I'll just focus on the pose of the reference itself without focusing on like the the clothes or anything. Which is probably, and that's a little bit more difficult, but yeah. You could show them, Dennis. You have free will. Do I have free will? Do I have free will though? No, I'm not gonna get too philosophical today. No, I'd get banned. You're the only one holding that back. No, it's YouTube. YouTube is holding me back. Maybe I don't like materialism. Materialism. Is materialism the belief that... No, that's just the value on material things. I do have a value on material things. But I think in general you... I think there is a way you can actually escape materialism. I think when it comes to being a person, I think materialism is probably like a fundamental part of that. Mainly because like a lot of what people value... Maybe that's not true. Okay, goodbye, Hard Flat Bird. I think the word is being materialistic. Materialistic, like shallow. Shallow. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it probably just comes down to like what you value. I mean, for a person who values companionship above all else, the physical appearance is like not going to matter that much. Although I think the thing about the physical appearance is, when it comes to physical appearance, in general, there are some vague markers that like means that like the person is going to have a better quality of life. And so the person that you pick to be your life partner, in general, you probably want them to have a like better quality of life. And so in that case, you probably want to pick like a healthy person. So like, is being healthy like materialism? Is like the value on like health something so like materialistic? I mean, I don't know. Like, I think maybe, but I don't think that's shallow, right? I think there's a difference between like someone being materialistic and being shallow. I think there's some overlap there, but I don't think it's like 100% like on something. I do get sentimentality attached to stuff, like my laptop kind of sucks, but I got like stickers on it, and I don't want to get a new one. I mean, like no, but like I wasn't talking about items because you guys were talking about people. But like I think it's basically the same thing. I think like materialism just yeah, someone being materialistic kind of is like the same thing for both people and things. I think it talks about the same thing, yeah. In terms of health, anyone can be healthy unless you're disabled, right? And even if facially you're really ugly, so in that aspect, anyone can be healthy. Yeah, so like I think there's like different levels. So like I think focusing on the facial aspect, like yeah, just like how pretty someone's face is, that would be more like materialistic, more I guess so surface level. That would be considered more shallow. And I say that to say, like I think I do value like how pretty someone is. But it's just that like that's not actually my requirement. Or no, rather, that's not my main thing. Like when I'm looking at someone, I actually don't look at how pretty they are. That just comes like that's just like an additional aspect. I was talking about items, wealth, money. Um there's some people who just thinks about that and disgust me personally. Like I'd like to get my own things, but I care more about feelings. I'd like to get my own things, but I care more about feelings. No, see, because I'm kind of confused. It seems like you're talking about objects, but then you say you care more about feelings, which is like seems like like a person aspect to it. Because like if you're saying that you don't like people who, I think it would make sense. Like no, I don't quite understand. Like, hmm, let me see. What am I trying to say? I don't know if it makes sense to be disgusted at what someone else is doing with items. I think it would make sense if you were talking about how people value other people based on their appearance. But if you're talking about that it disgusts you that people value like items physically, I I don't know because like I don't really know. But someone who's like a 7 with a good personality can easily shoot to a 9. It's actually really weird psychologically. Yeah, no, that's true. Um, yeah, you can definitely see someone like in a different light depending on like how they act, which can make them like look physically like like more attractive, even though they're like the same. Isn't his body supposed to be so like his body's supposed to be like what? Oh, whatever. So like when it comes to like how people value objects, I guess if we're going down the object route, like genuine, I don't have to explain it either. It's like I met a girl that just liked to date older men for valuable things, and all she talked about were things she wanted to buy. I mean, yeah. I think yeah, see like it's just very hard for me to feel like disgusted like about a person like that. I think that's just how people are. Like I wouldn't want to be like with someone like that. But like I'm also not disgusted by that. Um of course I'm not saying like that you should not be disgusted or something. I'm just saying like for me personally. Why am I not disgusted? I'm not disgusted. Maybe it goes back to free will. Maybe it goes back to like some sort of like naturalism or just like how people are. I don't think people choose what they value. So it's because people don't choose what they value, not really, not like the deepest values that like people have, they don't exactly choose that. I find it basically impossible to actually be disgusted by someone. Whether someone, yes, like whether I would actually like, personally like be involved with someone or not, and like whether I'm like disgusted with them doesn't like that. Those two paths don't cross. Not disgusted, it's just like non-appealing. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Like I said, I don't find it disgusting, but I also don't like I wouldn't like involve myself with that person. But I wouldn't involve myself with that person simply because I just don't think like it would be good. I think it would be like bad for me. So like either way, so like that person is narcissistic, or like kind of narcissistic and selfish. But like I'm also not narcissistic and selfish because the reason why I'm not interacting with that person is a selfish reason that I just don't think it will be good for me. Yeah, no, it's fine. No, you don't have to apologize. I mean, look, even if you were like this, yeah, even if you were like disgusted with that person, I think that's like valid. But yeah, it's weird. I think it would be valid, but in the same way that I think a person who only values like physical things is valid. It's just, yeah, I guess, I do have a very boring worldview. If everything's valid, then like, yeah. It's like if like if your preferences like expand to like include basically everything, then you basically have no preferences, right? That's kind of how I feel I am, which is like not the most practical thing to have. Yeah, kind of. At least it's not interesting. I think for someone like being a materialistic, that is actually more nurture than nature. I don't think that would follow your values from birth, from birth theory. Hanakawa, you're Hanakawa. Okay, actually, no, well, okay, hold on. I don't think so. I do have standards for like who I'm around. It's not like everyone. It's not like so like yeah. But I'm saying like I guess boring. I guess plain, like plain white rice. No, but yeah. I also don't have preferences. I just have some things I don't like in someone. Yeah. No, I was gonna say, is it more nurture? I don't know. Maybe it's more nurture. I think so. But to be fair, I think what I was trying to say before, like with that like free, I get if you were there for like the free will stuff, I think it's like both, like either way, the person doesn't really get to choose what they do. And if no one gets to choose who they are, then I can't really judge a person. I can't like do any like I can't do any judgments on them because it's like that's just what they value. So like the problem is because if everyone has like the same engine and the same like drive and it's just pointed in different directions because everyone just wants to satisfy their desires. And some people satisfy their desires by like making other people happy, and some people satisfy their desires by making like other people unhappy, or like in that type of general way or broad way. And like there's a bunch of like places in between those two sides, but no one like really gets to choose that, and everyone is driven by basically the same thing. I find it very difficult for me to like say anything like harsh about anything. Back again, my friends didn't respond even though they made time for programming today. Oof. I don't know who Hanakawa is, but Dennis is neutral, whether it be for good or bad. That's kind of how I feel, yeah. I kind of get what you're saying with the no one's choosing, but that's kind of nihilistic in a way. I don't think so. So, like, what I'm saying is no one has free will, but I don't see any reason why having free will is necessary to, like, be happy. Like, I'm quite happy. I'm very happy, actually. I'm doing what I like to do. Like, all I'm saying is I didn't actually choose my base desires, but that doesn't mean that you don't get to be happy with your base desires. You have a will, right? Like, people choose what they're going to do, but it's not like people ultimately could have made another choice. It does sound nihilistic, but it's only nihilistic if you like I don't know. Actually, I would need like a better explanation. Not an explanation. I can't put into words why someone would feel like that's like nihilistic. So I mean, because you're the one who said it, I think you like. I could probably explain why I feel like it's not nihilistic if you tell me why you think it is. Yeah. Sounds like you wouldn't punish a killer. No. Okay, so yeah, here's what I'm saying though. Just so like I think so like we do this type of thing even for people, even for things that we don't necessarily think have like as much free will as us. So like let's grant that humans have free will. For animals, like dangerous animals are like if an animal eats someone, irrespective of if that animal like chose to do it, if it was just following its nature, we still like punish the animal, quote unquote punish the animal, like we kill it. Why do we kill it? Because we kill it because it's like beneficial, we feel, to like the majority as a whole. Which I won't say if that's right or wrong, but if a person values society, so like let's say a murderer, if we value society and murderers are threatening society, it follows that you should probably like punish them. So like I'm not saying that like you shouldn't like take actions to preserve your goals and your values, because I think like everyone has values, they don't get to choose it. If someone's infringing on your values, or like the values of like the people that you have, or like, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say? I don't know if, but I just, so like, but you can also make a counter argument for that the person who punished it, like, so if everyone has no free will and murderers don't have free will, and like the people who are judging the murderers don't have free will, then it's not wrong to punish the murderers. Like, so I'm not saying like I'm not above murderers, right? That's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm not like some like being that's like on a level above them, that's like looking down, and I have free will and they don't, and like so I'm looking at them like some animals. I also don't have free will. So like it's like the choices that we make is just aligned with our goals. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't think it's wrong to punish murderers. Um, but like in the first place, like right or wrong only like really matters if you have a goal, if that makes sense. I think it's interesting you say that, but I definitely disagree. How so? I think it makes sense that like if murderers don't have free will and they make a choice, the people who judge murderers also, you know, aren't, if the murderers aren't wrong, and then the people who like punish the murderers aren't wrong, because because like they're all working with the same like logic. If we suppose that everyone doesn't have free will and everyone's working by the same logic, no one can be wrong. So punishing murderers is not like a bad thing, is what I'm basically saying. What do you disagree with like specifically though? Dennis, how do you think you achieved? I think the way that I got like this. Well, first of all, I, uh, I went through like something where I was pretty indifferent for a lot of the time. So I went through like a phase in my life a little bit earlier where I was very apathetic and indifferent. It wasn't like a choice. Like I wasn't choosing to be that. It's just like my brain. I wouldn't call it depression, but it was something similar where like my brain was like very. It felt like emotionless, felt empty. So I guess that kind of this sounds like depression, but like I mean, I guess you can be depressed without being suicidal, I guess. So maybe you can call it depression. I went through that, and during that time, in that state of like, well, in that state, I kind of came upon a bunch of like different philosophies, and and you know, while talking with other people or someone else, I kind of like took on like some aspects of like these different philosophies. Um, and I adapted. I guess no, I'm not adapted. I adopted a very logical way of thinking, like ultra logical, which is not actually that good for like talking with people. It was like a very bad way to live my life. I think I was very unhappy. I guess I wasn't unhappy, but I wasn't happy. It was a very it wasn't the best way. Yeah, like that. It wasn't a good way of living. I wasn't like maximizing my happiness. So, but yeah, so like during that time, I adopted a very logical like framework for like my worldviews and stuff. And then after like I got out of that, after I got out of that like apathetic indifferent state, I still have that framework of like very logical, and I don't find any logical reason why I can call anything good or bad. So because I can't logically, because I can't objectively say that something is good or bad, I'm forced into a neutral state where like there's like no, and I think my worldview makes sense for me at the very least, right? Um, yeah. So because everything is subjective, and like my worldview is subjective, everyone else's is. I can't say whether mine is good or bad because my values is different to someone else's values. And if we're playing by two different sets of rules, one set of rule can't like call another set of rule bad because it's like just completely different logic. But yeah, that's basically it. I definitely think that free will exists. What you say about preference eventually going back to nothing is true, but I do think people choose who they are, how they are. Okay, well, I think being nihilistic and indifferent and acting like nothing matters is a coping mechanism. I've done that myself. Yeah. So like, I think that's essentially what's happening. Yeah. So like, if we're talking about myself and what happened, like that apathetic indifferent state, that is basically what happened. And to be honest, I don't think I've really fully escaped that. Not that I actually really want to. I think the state where I mean, like, I think I'm pretty good. Like, I have. It's not like, yeah, it's not like I'm indifferent or apathetic anymore. I used to be, but I think it was very useful for me. I think it let me think clearly. If you're playing by two different sets of rules, how can anyone score any points? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So people think that a subjective like set of rules, because I think the thing about people is they want to say that someone is wrong, like, which makes sense. I think because to say that someone is wrong means that you're right. It's like, yeah, how can you say that if the other team fails and is like losing, then you're winning, right? So that's kind of what you're saying. You think I have empathy? Is that what we're talking? Yeah, I think I have empathy. I think I always kind of had empathy. It's not like I didn't lose. I feel it's really difficult for me to feel. So like another way that I can like another reason why I can be neutral a lot is because when it comes to like sadness or like maybe not sadness like but anger, that type of thing, like feeling like I'm righteous or something like that, this like need to punish others usually comes from like anger or like a sense of injustice or like a sense of like sadness or feeling bad for other people. And I do feel bad for people, but I don't have like a strong emotional reaction. So like it's weird. Like I can put myself in another person's shoes, which is empathy, right? So I would say I have empathy. But when it comes to like actually feeling like sad, like or feeling angry or feeling annoyed or feeling any like of these, I very much struggle with it. And it's just yeah, it's just very difficult. Yeah, I think that's a good way of living too, though. But yeah, so like the thing is, at the point I am in my life right now, or so probably it might change. Like I might for sure just like have a different like way of looking at things. But for right now, I don't need to be right. Like I fully accepted that I can just be. I just have my way of doing things, and another person has their way of doing things. The problem with this is so like the critique that I would give that is when it comes to like issues that I like have a fundamental disagreement with, I can't say that the other person is wrong, and I can't like there's no like real way to resolve an issue other than like destroying the other side, which is like I don't agree with. Not really. I don't agree with that. So that's like a problem. If everyone is subjective, the only way to like quote unquote win, because people want to win, they want their like worldviews to like be like over other people's worldviews in general, I would say. And so not for me, but like if two sides fundamentally disagree and they're both subjective, the only way they can solve that issue is by like destroying the other side. And like I don't know, it just like feels so but like the thing, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know. It's good because having a strong emotional reaction can be shown as weak. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like I think being a person is like like yeah, people are like filled with weaknesses, but like I don't think that that's like I don't think being like filled with weaknesses is like a bad thing. Not per se, not exactly. Do you think I have an imposing worldview? I don't know what your worldview is. It seems like you don't really have much of a worldview exactly. Yeah, Loki. About being right. I never need to be right. Maybe if heaven exists, I would regret it. But for now, it's just an interesting debate. Yeah. Oh yeah. So let me go back to this. So like going back to like the free will thing. So like by what circumstances do people? Okay, I think people. Okay, by what like how does someone choose who they are? Like exactly. Like okay, so the way I would think that someone chooses who they are is a person chooses who they are through like when they come to a decision or when they are thinking about something, they have a I mean, they like decide who they are, but how do they decide who they are? Do they just decide who they are because of things that happened in the past? Or do they decide who they are because of like something outside of like the universe? Like that like, so it'd be either are your decisions like based on things that happened or based on like a soul or something like that? And like if you don't basically what I'm saying is I don't think people choose their preferences. And I think your preferences is kind of like what gives you your preferences is the compass that you use to actually like choose what you're going to do. And if people don't choose their compass, like I don't think that's like considered. I think people have will. I think people so I would say that people you can say that people choose who they are, but I wouldn't say that people freely choose who they are. Like people don't have like complete free reign over like what they're doing is basically how I feel. CJ is in school and I'm bored. My book also just had a major plot twist. I see. Nice. Dennis, do you what is having a worldview? Having a worldview is like what you think is right, what you think is wrong, how you think the world should be. Yeah, that's what your worldview is. You know, it's your worldview is how you judge things. Like, do you think this country is bad? Do you think this country is good? Do you think this person did a bad thing? Do you think this like whatever rules you use to judge people or like to just navigate the world is your worldview. Okay, I get your point about people not choosing their preferences and your preferences are what you base your yeah, that's what I like. I think people have wills. So like whether people choose or not choose, I think people choose. Like people clearly choose things. I want to eat chocolate ice cream or I want to eat vanilla ice cream. But I'm saying that people don't get to choose why, like at the very back of their mind, at the very base, they don't choose their actual. So like I'm not saying that, I'm just saying like it seems impossible. So like what people call I think what people are calling free will is like the ability to be like to have two things in front of you and then choose one or the other. And I don't think that's free will. I think that's just will in general. That's just like the ability to choose. I don't think you need to, so free will would be being able to choose your preferences themselves. So it'd be like someone who's like really against murder, someone who's like deeply ingrained, like they hate murder. They would never kill anything like in their life, and they've lived like 60 years, and then at year 61, for absolutely zero reason, with like no like event that changed their life or anything like that, they just decide, all right, I think I want to like murder. Like the ability to choose what you like is probably like what I would probably define as like free will. Like, yes, I simply decide I like murder now. I think that would kind of be like similar, like basically free will. What's going on? I guess I don't debate on free will. Yeah, philosophy, art of philosophy. What am I gonna draw? I was gonna draw something. I did that pose already. I'm probably gonna do this pose then. No, I did that pose already. That pose is kind of boring. That pose, nothing much there. I mean, what's this one? Nah, nothing much happening there. And like, so I think people want to choose. I think that's like the reason why people fight for free will, like that it exists, is because people like want to choose. But you choose. Like I'm not saying that people don't choose. Like you still have control. It's just you don't choose. You don't choose what you do with your control. Is like what I'm basically saying. You have control, but like, and so like ultimately you do like choose things, but the choices that you make you would have always made, given you went through the same stuff and ended up back at the same point, is what I said. That's why I think free will is. Yeah. Okay, I got the thing about like 60 years old. I do agree that's probably impossible unless that person went insane, but that doesn't disprove free will, I'd say. Well, okay, given the person, so like, I want to know, okay, what do you think free will, like, I guess we're like having we like maybe are having not a disagreement, we're not understanding each other's definitions of free will. So like, what do you think free will is? Because honestly, I think we probably do most likely agree. Like, I think we're probably in agreement. We just probably don't each understand each other's terms, maybe. Like, I'm saying, yeah, well, yeah, I guess I'll wait until I understand what you're saying. Okay, let me bring in this. Let me just do a small drawing. You're still making the choice. Okay, making choices with your preference in mind doesn't mean you don't have free will. So you define free will as making a choice. That's what free will. If like free will is making a choice, then I think, well, then if that's a definition, then I agree with like that people do make choices. But I don't think that's free will. I think that's just will. So like, basically what I define as free will is like, say, so yeah, if a person made a choice and then you rewound time, they could make another choice, is what I think it was. Yes, but is the choice that was met? Yeah, basically, free will is if you like lived in, let's say you lived in like an alcohol, let's say your father was an alcoholic. And so you grew up seeing your father being alcoholic. And at some point in your life, you decided, all right, I saw my father being alcoholic. I vow to never be alcoholic again. If free will is true, if free will is true, if you rewound the tape enough times and you rewound that scenario, you would be like, so like you could also come out of that experience being like, okay, actually, like, because my father is alcoholic, I'm also going to be an alcoholic. Even if every single variable is true, if you end up doing like something different, that would be like free will. Whereas if you did that same thing, so like, yeah, whereas if free will is not true and you have the same variables, like a math formula, I would say that probably wouldn't be like free will. I agree with the examples you set out. Like, yeah, if the universe is reset, yeah, but like, okay, so yeah, I guess from your definition of what free will is, which is just like, your definition of free will is just like choosing, like just being able to choose in general. But like, that doesn't mean that you're like free in the choices that you made. So if free will, you're just saying that you have like the ability to choose, then yeah, sure. I mean, I would agree with that. But I don't think that's what, I don't know if that's what people mean by free will. I think that's just will in general. Like I think people think that like free will is like being, like, I think someone said this again. I don't know if it was Ghosty or someone else, but someone said that free will is like the ability to defy fate. And if what we want to call fate is like the formula that is the universe, and we are the variables, or yeah, the formula that is the universe and we are the variables, having free will would be able to, even with the same variables, get a different outcome to the formula. And I think that's what people call free will. And I think that's like impossible. But if you're saying that 2 + 2 equal, like 2 + 2 is 4, is like 4, and like that's basically someone like choosing something, and they would choose the same thing like in every universe, and that's free will because they're making a choice. I agree with that. But yeah. Dennis, what do you think about having random thoughts about worldview but not well structured? Is that something? Is that something all right? Probably, right? I mean, yeah, in general, I think so. If it's causing you problems, then it's probably not all right. If it's not causing you problems, that's probably fine. Yeah. If you think free will is the ability to go against everything you've learned completely out of the blue with no input from anything else, I agree with that. Like, okay, let me look up what free will is, because people use free will as like the ability to like choose, but I don't think that I know the ability to like break free of fate, to not have any strings attached to you. Like, I think what people mean by free will is like they're not puppets in the universe's play, right? They're not like actors who like have to play out their role. Like, and like what people mean by free will is like they have a script and be like, so like they have a script and they're gonna follow the script all the way through. And like actors in movies, like the actors make choices, right? I mean, like the characters make choices, but the choices that they made would have been made either way. I don't think you would say like the characters have free will, or maybe not. Let me see. No, I want to know what free will is. Can I have a? Is there no definition, like actually real definition? Bro, I'm having to help ChatGPT. I'm having to help ChatGPT word it. I'm actually struggling to make my points. Like the Truman, yeah, but like, okay, so, let's say that the Truman Show, yeah, it would kind of be like the Truman Show, but I wouldn't even say it's kind of like that, yes. Like free will would be able to like go outside of the script that the universe has set for you, basically. Yeah, okay, so like, look, so like, okay. Free will is, in philosophy and science, the supposed power or capacity of humans to make decisions or perform actions independently of any prior event or state of the universe. So, what that's saying is, so this definition, and maybe this is not the only definition, no matter what happens in the universe, free will means you'd be able to, like, basically just ignore that. Just ignore that and do whatever. And I just don't think that's possible. This is from, I guess, the Britannica. Who is the Britannica? Well, if ChatGPT is cooking, then I'll wait to see what ChatGPT says. That's too big brain for me? Not really. I think you can understand. I mean, in general, yeah, but like, I think like that's literally what like prior to any events, it's like in the same way of saying like, even if the script says a character has to do something, free will is like meaning like you can just like the character just doesn't have to do what the script says, which doesn't follow. And I think that also doesn't follow if you like think about it in like the universe example. But like I don't think I don't think it's depressing to like not be able to do that. Like I'm quite content, I think, in like what I'm doing right now. I gotta go. Okay, goodbye. No, but what was ChatGPT saying? Like if it was cooking. But yeah, like I genuinely don't think it's possible. Would you say the scripts are being written as we live and experience stuff, then? No. Okay, so like it'd kind of be like this. Since the start of the universe, like the start of the universe has a certain amount of the start of the universe, let's say the Big Bang. Let's say, like, hypothetically, the Big Bang is the start of the universe. The start of the universe has a set, like, amount, like, it has, like, a set amount of energy, it has a set amount of, like, force, like, whatever is gonna happen, like, the variables are at the start of the Big Bang. And then the universe is the formula. The variables are put into the formula because, like, you know, it expands, whatever explodes. at this like at the start of the simulation, let's just like if it was a simulation, at the start of it, we already have the variables. If the variables at the start are determined, then the variables at the end, like what you get at the end, is also determined. So I would say that no. I would say that no, it's not being written. It's just kind of already been done. What I'm getting from your point is similar to inequalities in math. Like x, your choice in one life could be 1 or every other possible over and under the defined number. Yeah, so like it would be like that, but like in like a formula, like if you have like x plus 2 is equal to 3, this has to be 1. Right? So like this, so like if x is your decision and 3 is the no, I don't think that quite follows. Okay, we're trying to solve for x. It'd be like, so whatever x, so let's say that x is the start of the no, that doesn't quite make, but yes, kind of in the same way. I can't generally figure out how to phrase it. But what x is like already determined. We know like x is gonna be 1 because, I mean, what else could it be? You know, you subtract from both sides. You minus 2, it ends up with 1. X equals 1. But yeah. What am I trying to say? I'm saying that the variables at the start are already determined. So maybe it'd be like x is the starting variables of the universe. And so whatever happens at the end is always going to like happen because of like the actual formula itself. Kind of. And not the best. I think if I were better at math, maybe I'd be able to explain it better. What am I doing? Yes, I'm drawing. But why is having like, okay, so like why is having free will, why is not having free will as in like that, like I don't think that's bad. I don't like, people think that it's like bad to like be scripted to do something, but like you make choices though. Like if you make choices, it's just that the choices that you make are like going to be made, but like you can make good choices. Like, so while so like you can use your you can use your brain to like, it can either be a sad play where like you like your choices don't matter, you make bad choices, and then where you end up is like you've determined that already, or you can make like good choices, which is determined already, right? So like, but like it doesn't have to be a bad thing. I don't think so. I still think we live by what you're saying. It's chill. I still think if we live by what you're saying, yeah, like I don't think it's like a bad thing to like not have free will. Like in the ultimate sense, I think people have like choice. Like if you're using like how you're using it, I think like that's, yeah. But like, I think if you mean that free will by choice, like I think it's fine. Dennis, do you like making choices or do you get overwhelmed? I don't get overwhelmed. I don't think so. Let me see. Have I ever been overwhelmed? No. I mean, there's definitely been like, I've been overwhelmed in like the amount of things I have to do, but like when it, or quote unquote have to do, but when it comes to like, well, I guess actually literally, like in this case, it'd be literally have to do, but no, I don't necessarily get overwhelmed. But yeah, sometimes like if there's like, if today I have to do like a bunch of stuff, yeah, I'll be overwhelmed. Kind of. No, let me give her a dress. I sent you the chat GPT point. I assume you sent it in Discord then. Because there ain't no way you sent it in chat. Wait, where did you send it? What's new? Yes, don't talk to me. Okay. Oh, maybe I have to go like there. Okay, there you go. Yes. okay, yeah, hold on. I don't, okay. So, that doesn't quite... You make this, okay, so the fact that you don't choose your preferences is true. But the fact that you make preferences, like you choose based on your preferences, is true. But yeah, I guess my point that everyone acts according to their motivations, which is free will to me. But yeah, but like, I think that's just like, I think that's like literally necessarily, like you literally cannot act, you can't act against your motivations. like you can't though. But that's the thing, I don't think you can. Like, okay, you have a preference to do something. I don't think you can, okay, it's like, I don't think you can do something outside of your preference. Or like, am I wrong? But like, I genuinely, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, everyone acts according to their motive. If a person doesn't have any motivation, they don't do anything, but like... Yeah, no, I saw your message. Did I not? I thought I accepted your... whatever. Whatever, okay. Yeah, like... Boy, you're saying doesn't explicitly... Okay, hold on. Okay, I think... I do not think... Okay, so first of all, I think people... Yeah, wait. So people choose based on... I don't even think... Like, I don't think it's like choose... yeah, but yeah. People choose... Making a choice. People make a choice based on their preference. You can't do anything outside of... You have to do your preference. But I think you have to do your preference. So... Okay, well, let me see. If you have to do something, like if you could not have like made yourself want to do another thing, is that a choice? Like, okay, from the outside perspective, if you're outside of yourself, would that, like, is that a choice though? I don't know. Like, okay, so like, if like free will isn't about having your preference appearing from nowhere. It's about acting according to those, to the ones that you have without external control. Okay. So, but isn't it feels like your preferences are external, or not? Okay, not like literally. Like, I don't feel like there's like some thing outside of yourself, but I know for a fact that I don't think a person would call their preference them. Like, you wouldn't call yourself like your preferences. And so it feels like something other than you, right? Like, so to say that, I don't know. I can't properly, let me see if I can think. Like, I agree that people make choices, or I agree that people, yeah, I guess choose. Yeah, people choose because of their preferences. I just literally don't think they can choose anything but their preference, which doesn't seem like which, you know, kind of doesn't seem like a choice. Do you think there's someone? Do you think there's someone exactly with exactly your same preferences? Maybe, yeah, probably. I don't know. I mean, with a large enough sample size, yeah, probably. Let me see if I can really understand what like it's saying, because I feel like somewhere in here is like, so it doesn't feel. Okay, let me see. Okay, I think it feels right defining, if you define free will. Okay, so it defines free will right here for itself. Free will is about having isn't about having. So free will is about acting according to the preferences that you have without external control. That's the definition of it. So basically what it's saying is free will is about going down the script that you have because the script is like in your heart. Because okay, so basically what it's saying is the script, instead of like having like a god write the script is like written inside your soul, like in like your mind or your soul or something like that. But which like I agree with in a way, but I wouldn't call that free will. I'm confused now. Like what you're saying, but I still think that is a choice. I guess technically it's an illusion. It just doesn't feel like a choice. Like, okay, and here's why it doesn't feel like a choice. You have something you didn't get to choose. You didn't get to choose your preferences. So you didn't have any free control over that, like over your choosing of the preferences. So you didn't choose your preferences. You don't choose whether you get to follow your preferences because you literally have to. Like, you're going to follow your preferences. Your preferences have predetermined, basically, what you're going to do. So, like, your preferences plus all the experiences that you had before, like, you didn't really choose that either. It just feels like there is no choice in any of this. Is it free will to act against your motivations? Yeah, but I don't think you can. Okay, like, okay. I think it's a matter of definition. I don't think you can, like, because it's like you literally can't. If you were to act outside of your desires, it would be that you had desires to act outside your desires, which would be in accordance with your desires. So it would be, you know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what you do, it's because you desired it. You don't get to choose your desires. So no matter what you do, it's more like, so it's less like choice and more like following like a carrot. It's kind of how it feels. It's like a carrot and a stick. Which, like, if it's forced compulsion. It feels like you're literally forced to follow your preferences, which I think you are forced to follow your preferences / desires. And I don't call that a choice because it's like predetermined. I don't think that's bad, but yeah. I can accept that you can't act outside your desires. That is true. Yeah, but like, how is that free will? Like, okay, free will is about acting. Okay, so it says, he's right. If you trace back your choices far enough, they ultimately come from prior causes, genetics, experience, environment, maybe even randomness. So you don't get to, yeah, right. So it defines free will as basically the definition of free will is following your preferences. That's basically what it, but like, is that free will? Well, like really, like if that is what it's defined as free will, then it's free will. But that's because it's defined that as free will. Like what it's saying is true, not because it's saying it's true because it's arguing that what it's saying is true, right? Like the argument in the argument that it says, it's saying it's supposing that it's true, if that makes sense. Like in the definition, it argues that the definition is true, which you kind of, if you're going by a definition, then I mean, I guess I have to say so. I guess my definition of free will is a step smaller than yours. I'll say the ability to act within accordance to your desires. But yeah, okay, sure. Like, okay, I'll agree with that. But I agree with that, and then having a but just kind of disqualifies anything about my agreeance. I realized. I mean, yeah, okay. If that's what you define free will as, then I guess you have free will. Yeah. But it's free will without a choice. Like, there's no, I think free will, like, I think when people say free will, they are generally talking about choices. And if in literally zero, like, in the definition that it gave, there is zero real choice happening, and it's just like following what your preference is, and you don't get to choose your preference, you didn't have a choice in like following your preference. So if free will is just being able to act according to your desires, that and your desires have been set out before you. I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm going in circles, but yeah, so fine. If that's what free will is, then I mean, sure. But generally, when people talk about free will, they're really talking about like having no strings attached to them, like according to the universe. And in general, when they're like, I guess in this case, it would be they have no strings attached to them according to their preferences. Like they can choose what they want. But yeah. So I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll agree. I'll agree because in the definition, like your definition of free will is that. So yeah, I don't want to study 55 pages in 2 hours, but I don't have a choice. That's a lot. Is it a lot? Depends how big those pages are. Isn't true free will would be that once you're alcoholic, then your choice is to stop and then wait, hold on. Then once you alcoholic, then your choice is stop and have the ability to go through with it. I don't know. You define free will as full control over your decisions, and ChatGPT defines it as just choosing one. No, ChatGPT well, kind of. ChatGPT's definition of free will is following your preference. Like to summarize it, it's like, yeah, I like the argument that ChatGPT says. So first in the argument, it defines free will as, right? It doesn't actually. So, I mean, yeah, like you like, it was like, so basically, it's like supposing free will is, if free will is acting in accordance with your desires, if that's what free will is, then the true fact that people do act in accordance with their desires means that necessarily, like, you have to go along with it now, that if that is what free will is, then people have free will because you've defined free will as acting in accordance with your desires. So, I mean, yeah, sure, I'll agree with it, but I just don't think that's what free will is, right? But, like, that's the thing, though. Like, that's not a problem that's going to get solved. Like, no one's going to really be able to agree. Like, everyone has different definitions for things, I suppose. So, You know, ChatGPT is smart. I'll give it that. I'm pretty sure. Well, no, that's not. Yeah. There's some amount of like. I think there's a logical fallacy in there, but I can't remember which one it is. It's not begging the question. It's something else. Let me look up the definition on Google. On what the real true definition is. Maybe there's a bunch of the ones that I clicked on agreed with me, but maybe there's another one that agrees with you too. Hello, fleeing sunlight. Welcome to the stream. You know, it's weird because no matter what, like, it's really all just definitions. It's all definitions. I think so. Like, I think that what you're observing is true. I think that's true, but I wouldn't call that free will. But I would call that whatever you're talking about is true, though. Have you ever used Google Recap ever? The power of acting without the constraint of necessity or fate, the ability to act on one's own discretion. The ability to act without the constraint. Yeah, but like, I think that's like. Yeah, I think that's like wrong. I think that's wrong. I don't think you can do that. So yeah, I disagree with that. Whatever that is. So yeah, instead of like falling into the trap of like what ChatGPT says, what I will do is I'll say whatever following your preference is, I agree with that. Whatever the thing is that is not being able to like go against your preferences or go against like the script of like the universe or like fate, I think that's impossible. I disagree with like the ability to do that. Yeah, I don't like use the Google Recap. And like not even for a full, not even because I truly distrust it. It's just it's a lot of I feel like it's way simpler and more cleaner to just go directly to the source. Have I ever used ChatGPT? Yes, I have. I have, yes. Although I don't use it often. At your own discretion to me means in accordance to your desires. The power of acting without the constraint of necessity or fate. The ability to act at one's own discretion. Yeah, okay, so at one's own discretion means to act in accordance with your desires. Also, what are you if you are not just a bunch of desires? Without that would you really be anything? I think when people, so like, I think people separate their desires from themselves. So like, I think desires are kind of like thoughts in the way that people like talk about them. So like, you wouldn't call you your thoughts, but you'd call your actions like you, or like, not even like that, but you are your conscious mind. You are your mind, right? Your consciousness, whatever that is. And your desires are like kind of what guides you. But I don't think people necessarily call their desires themselves. So like, okay, so like so the way that you would call, so like the way that you can call your desires yourself is like kind of supposing like some sort of kind of like saying, so like it would kind of be saying like, yes, my soul is like dictates, like, you know, that type of thing. I don't think it's like a mental thing is what I'm trying to say. It's not a mental thing that you choose. And I think people consider themselves their minds. So when I say like me, so when I'm talking about me, I'm not really talking about like my hunger, or I'm not talking about like how tired I am. I'm not talking about my thoughts. I'm talking about like my consciousness. I'm talking about like the fact that I am thinking in the first place. If that makes sense? Yeah, I think that's what I would consider it. But like, I think it's weird to like call your desires not yourself either. Maybe? Because what that does, if you call your desires not yourself, I think it like leads to, it like asks a question which is like, okay, well then what is your desire? Like where is your desires then? Dennis, have you used ChatGPT? I think then I exist. Yeah, I have. Wait, oh, I probably answered that. Yeah. So, but okay, I think, yeah, but like, I don't think you have to choose. I don't think you get to choose. Yeah. Well, I mean, we agree in that though. Let me read this again. Okay. The power acting without the constraint, necessity or fate. I don't think you can do that. So right there, is it saying that that acting without the constraint of necessity or fate is the ability to act on one's own discretion? I don't think that's true. Do you really exist if you're not thinking? No, I don't think so. Great sketch poses, thank you. Thank you. Hello, Jason Doob. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I get that. At your own discretion is still indiscretion to your mind, and the fact that you are thinking. It just means no external control, and your desires aren't external. But what gives you your desires is external. That's. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a way to say it. That's a way I could have said it. What gives you your desires are external? Yeah, probably. I don't know. But all your desires become internal once you gain them. But you never get to change. So, like, you're given something. Okay, it's kind of like this. Your desires are, like, your preferences in, like, a character sheet. You can consider, like, the universe is, like, your character creator. It's, like, the person creating your character. Do you have would you have free will if someone just decided that you like vanilla, like you like vanilla more than you like chocolate? So every time you have to choose between chocolate or vanilla, you're going to pick vanilla. I don't know if like this if the script itself says that you have to do something, and so you do it, and you can't get outside of that. I don't know. I wouldn't call that acting. Like, okay, I don't think this thing. I think this thing called fate, right? I think the real thing. How do all these students spiral into philosophy? I don't know. But like, part of the definition was to act outside of necessity and fate, which like includes having to do, like, fate is having to do something. I would say that if your desires don't change, aren't dictated by you, you have to do them, and it's like by necessity. The more and more I understand your point, but I still, yeah, but like, I don't know. It doesn't make logical sense how you could possibly, but yeah. Well, I'm just starting with my first cup of coffee. I mean, I don't know. It still doesn't really. I just wouldn't call that free. You can call it will, but I wouldn't call it free. I think people make choices. That's what you're saying. People like act based on their desires. That's what, like, I agree. But I just don't think people will ever have, like, people would never have had the ability to do anything else. Maybe technically we aren't bound to our desires. Like, I'm programmed to like chocolate, but I guess in the universe, nothing is saying that. I'm saying that you literally have to pick chocolate. I think people, like, I think you actually have to. Like, okay, like, here's what I'm saying. And like, here's what I'm saying though. You can say that you could like have, so like, you, let's say you have the desire to like chocolate. You also have the desire to like feel like you have choice, right? So you're a bunch of desires. You have a desire to like chocolate. You have like desire for like chocolate. You have desire to like feel like you're your own person. You have a desire to like do this and do that. But like the strongest desire is gonna win, right? That's what. So like, whatever the strongest desire is, you're gonna pick that. And I don't think you get to pick your strongest desire. That's for sure. I think that's true. Like, so sure, you could like definitely choose vanilla, but you choose vanilla to satisfy a desire, and you don't get to choose what that desire is. Like, because you value, like, you value being autonomous and like having choice. And so obviously you're gonna pick the desire that like satisfies this thing that makes you feel like you have choice. And I think you do have to. I think people choose, but I don't think people are free in their choosing. That's all I'm saying. Dennis, if you don't like something, you can overdo what you don't like and learn to like it. Possibly. I don't necessarily know. Return, I'm liking your style. Do you do comic? I'd love to see more. Well, thank you. My name isn't Return. Actually, well, yeah, sure, you can call me whatever you want. People call me like Singularity or Sin or Dennis, even though none of them are my name. Yes, I guess Return. You know, Return is a cool name. Yeah, no, I will make a manga or something like that, which is like basically a comic at some point in my life. Yeah, I'm glad you like my art. I still want to disagree. No, so like, okay, I think I know why you want to disagree. I think it makes total sense to want to be in control. And what I'm saying is, you don't like to have free will. You don't. Not having free will doesn't mean you're not in control. Like, you still do. Like, and this is what you're saying. Like, I agree with you. You do what you want, but you don't get to choose what you want, right? But that doesn't mean you don't have you have control. You have control. That you're disagreeing because you want to have control, which makes total sense. Like, I also want to have control, but I think I have control. Like, I'm doing stuff. I'm consciously doing stuff. I mean, it makes sense. Wait, Dennis is my name is not Dennis. I think it's all dependent on biology and how our brain is wired for our desires. Yeah, like, no matter what the mechanism is, like, I'm not religious, but like, if we even go by a religious standpoint, well, okay, to be fair, if we go by a religious standpoint, the definition of the religion, which is like God is right, if God says that we have free will, then you can't really disagree with that. So but that's kind of like in the same way how ChatGPT defined free will as like something that I don't agree with what free will is. But so like, I'm just saying, yeah, whatever it is that dictates our desires, we don't get to choose that, and so therefore we don't have free will. But I think we have will and we have control, is basically. Yeah, you're born with what you want slash your desires. Yeah. That's cool. Love coming on our streams and watching others create. I'll watch your manga. Thank you. Yeah, my name isn't my name isn't Dennis. Using free will is limited as a whole. Using free will is limited as a whole would be true freedom. Oh, would be true freedom would be true freedom would be better because you can think about it as both. I suppose I could kind of understand. Yeah, it'd be more broad. Yeah. Dennis, how are desires created? Are you born with them mostly? Yes, you're basically born with them. You're born with them, or they're made through your experiences. Bro, for the way you're saying this, your point doesn't make sense. I mean, okay, I guess to say you're wrong, I would have to disagree with the fact that your desires come from nothing eventually, but I don't. Oh wait, no. Oh, bro, from the way you're saying this, your point does make sense. I guess to the, yeah, but okay, like, why do you want to disagree with it? I guess you'd have to yeah. You know, also a lot of the a good way like how I got to this neutral point is also like I asked myself a lot of questions. Like I asked myself like, why do I think this? Why do I think that? I think if you do that like to yourself enough times, then you're gonna like find out. I mean, like you're definitely gonna have a way clearer like understanding of like what you're doing, and you'll also understand like, yeah, like what's wrong with your worldview. I don't think like I don't think like I'm like 100% understanding. Like there's a lot that I feel like there's holes in what I don't feel like there's holes in my logic, but the way that I'm saying it, I feel like there's holes in there. I'll have to like look through, but I don't think I'm gonna. Just finished my coffee and got to get to work myself. Okay, goodbye, Jason. Have a good day. Thank you. I'm glad you like my art. With the amount of dopamine you get wired through nurture. Yeah, but like either way, like either if it's nature or nurture, like nature and nurture are both like not free will. But yeah, I agree. I agree. Like I agree that people make choices, like quote unquote choices. Like people do things because they want to do things, essentially. But yeah, I guess I want to disagree because I just believe and want to believe in free will. Obviously, I'm no philosopher though. I don't have all the answers. I mean, you could like okay, like here's the thing though. Yeah, I don't know. I guess free will is whatever you want to like you define it as. So technically, you can just define it as following whatever like you want. But like what I understand free will to be is like having choice. Like okay, what is free will to you? Like if free like yeah, so like the way that you said free will exists, but like I don't quite understand because like what people, because like it seems like you're saying like what you want to believe and what you're saying actually exists are two different things. It seems like you want like the no strings attached type of free will, while you're saying that like the fact that people like do things like just based off of like what they're doing is like, yeah, I don't know. What you want to do is mainly backed on your past experiences. Yeah, that's why babies do basically anything without restraint or reason. Okay, without reason. Yeah, no, I mean free will is an interesting debate. Although I would say, what was I gonna say? I don't know. I think we need to agree on a definition first. Yeah. If it's the one I accomplished for group, I'm right. But if you found one closer to yours, then you obviously would be. I think the one from Google disagrees with itself. It said the free will is the ability to act without necessity or fate. And then it says act with your own desires. I don't actually know what that like and then it says it's the ability to act like with like from your own desires. Which like doesn't make sense. Okay, unlike like if I were to break down why it doesn't make sense, if free will is the ability to act like without fate or necessity, that's one thing. if your desires are like fated to happen, like your desires are going to happen, you need to do your desires. That's a necessity, right? So you necessarily need to do your desires. Like it's baked into you. If free will is the ability to act without necessity or fate, like to act against those, then the second part of that definition doesn't work with the first part, because your desires are based on necessity and fate. And like it just doesn't make sense. If you have a positive thought like, I want to do this, but if I do this, some excuse will happen that turns into a negative, which means the final thought is what matters. In general, yeah, I mean, I guess the final, whatever convinces you is what matters, right? Whatever like actually gets you to do the thing is what matters. In the end, the thing that really matters is like your actions. Oh, hello, Broken Skull. I'm comfortable right now, so just watching Dennis stream in front of the fireplace. That sounds very comfortable, actually. Fireplace. I think Google one does make sense, but it's coming from someone who would disagree with your point. I don't. Okay. I don't think your desires come from. That's because that doesn't make sense, right? I don't think something can come from nothing. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, what do you think desires come from then? Because I think either if it came from nothing or if it came from something, which is like, I mean, that's basically, I mean, okay, so it'd be like nature is like coming from nothing and nurture would be coming from something. Whether it's like nature or nurture or like made versus like popping into like existence randomly, I think that's still out of your control. But like, where would you think that it comes from? I actually don't believe it comes from nothing. I genuinely think it comes from like your biology. I mean, I think that's the most logical answer, like what ZZ was saying. I'm pretty sure it was ZZ who was saying that. Another pose. What pose shall I do? Another pose. How about, what time is it? It's maybe okay. Cool. This pose. Well, there's a lot of poses, and most of these poses are just shots from the back, or should I say, but no. Not that pose. Not that pose. If you reach 10,000 subs before 2026, you have to legally adopt Louie. Nope. Why would I do something like that? I would never do that. Adopting a child? What foolishness is this? Foolishness. That's a wild dare. I'm the type of person who never picks dare in Truth or Dare. Pick truth. Always pick truth. Never pick dare. Like, literally never pick dare. If it's popping into existence and biology, I would say that is you then. If no one else is making the desires, then acting within that would be acting at your own discretion, and not fate. Okay. If no one else is making the desires, then acting within that would be making. Okay. If it's popping into existence and biology, I'd say that's. So okay. So you define your body as you. Like, is that so? Is your definition of you your body? If your definition of you is your body, if the biology is you, if you're sleepwalking and you like accidentally kill someone, if your body kills someone while you're sleepwalking, that would mean that you go to jail. I don't think, like, okay, if your biology is you, I don't think so. Okay, if you cut off your arm, are you less of you than you were before? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think your biology is you. Like, not what you're defining as you, though. Like, okay, like, here's the thing. I think, because, like, okay, I don't think so, because I don't think so. Do I believe in spirituality? No. I don't think so. I'm usually the definite. I'm trying to figure out like what the definition of you is. Like I think legally, like what the like a legal definition of what you is like your like actions and what you choose to do. So if someone does something that they don't choose to do, I wouldn't like call that like them. I mean, okay. Like, okay, here's what I'm saying. The hypothetical is basically, like a while ago, people we were like having some debate on selflessness, and essentially, I was like arguing people cannot be selfless. Like that's impossible. People always do things because of their own desires. Um, and then so someone brought up the idea of like, okay, let's say you were sleepwalking and then you like do so like people someone brought up the idea that sleepwalking is a selfless action. And I was saying that like it is a selfless action, but like that doesn't mean that you are selfish because like you aren't. I was saying that you're not selfless. It's like it's your body that's doing it. It's not like you as like an active agent, if that makes sense. But I think most people agree that your biology isn't you. Like like I think that's the most basic definition of biology is not like you as like it's like you as your brain. Like yeah, I don't think like your body necessarily is like you. Do I believe in spirituality? No, I don't, but that's because I don't really believe. Like I would need proof. And like belief is like something that you don't have proof for but you still like believe in it. I don't necessarily have a reason to believe in like spirituality because I just don't have proof for it. Like the reason I don't believe in like religion is because I just don't have proof for it. So it's not like is it possible? Maybe. Is spirituality possible? Maybe. But I wouldn't say I believe it. Yeah, you have to. It's in the contract. You're boring then. What? Can a man not just pick truth? Why'd I pick dare? I'd have to do something stupid. I don't want to do something stupid. Dogmas are really weird. That's what made me stop believing in God. Like what exactly? Oh, like no proof, I suppose? I mean, yeah, but like if you believe in something because of logic, then it's not really belief. You're that like you don't believe that 2 plus 2 is 4. It's like you know 2 plus 2 is 4. Like you wouldn't say like, do you believe in that 2 plus 2 is 4? You'd be like, no, well, I know 2 plus 2 is 4. That's like one thing. That's like one thing that's different. Like when you believe in God, it's because like you literally like there is like belief requires like belief like slash faith requires like like just no logic, just like pure feelings. Um. So I mean, I believe in God, but I'm not really religious. Fair enough. I mean, yeah. I mean, in general, like, yeah. I don't really have to have anything to say about religion. It's just like I don't know. Yeah, nothing to say. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's good. Or you know, I think it's, or rather, yeah. I don't know. It's confusing. Everything's too complex there. I'm a very scientific person, so I need proof to believe. Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, but like, okay. You can't say you need proof to believe because if you say you want proof to believe, then you don't want to believe. Like, that's what I'm saying though. Like, to have proof to believe isn't like when you have proof and you believe something. That's not like a belief anymore. That's just you just believe it. Like, I mean, it's not like you just know it, right? Belief comes without any information, without any like scientific evidence. Belief is without evidence, and like, yeah, but like, I think it makes total sense that like, yeah, if you're a person who's like based on empirical evidence, and religion is based on faith, then like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that like you just can't be religious. Yeah, I don't know. I can't like there's no reason to disprove it, but there's no reason to believe it either. So it comes down to like what makes you feel better. That's basically it. I take as an example. I take as an example on how everything was created. That's all. So basically, so your definition of God is like whatever created everything. Um, I think that's a very actually that's a pretty good definition of like what God would be. I mean, in general, I think that's a pretty solid definition. Like I would probably use that definition too. Like if there's God, God is whatever that created everything. Um, Makes sense. I would agree. That's a crazy face, or rather, this is a messed up face. I would agree. Oh, though, I think it is true that I'm not religious. Wait, no, yeah, I'm not religious because okay, if whatever created, I think if you were to go based off of whatever created the universe is God, I think a lot more people would be like would believe in God because I don't think it really makes sense that something in general, I think it makes less sense that something comes from nothing than from like yeah, it makes more sense that something came from something. So whatever caused the universe, if you called that God, then that would make sense. And I'd probably be more comfortable being like, yeah, I believe in like some like cause of the universe, like something created the universe, or something caused the universe to happen, right? But yeah, if I knew where the original energy came from, then all my questions about existence would be answered. If you know where all the original energy came from, yeah, that's like quite difficult. That's quite a difficult problem. Um, so okay, yeah, okay, so I think the main, I think, like a really good explanation of, not like one of the best arguments for a god would be, well, why is there like stuff in general? Yeah, like why is there stuff rather than like no stuff? Why is there something rather than nothing? Um, and so I think that's a very good question. I don't think it's like proof of like a specific god, but it is proof for like it might be like a good point. It would be a good point for like something like being in charge or something being like the cause of the universe. Because if for a scientist, if you say, okay, well, for science, the cause of the universe is the Big Bang, um, like sure, okay, but then like what caused the Big Bang, right? And so if you just keep going backwards, like there's like this saying, it's like turtles all the way down, where it's like, uh, which doesn't exactly, it's basically like, okay, if the Big Bang wasn't like the reason for the universe, then what was the creation for the Big Bang? Maybe it was a universe from before. Maybe like a universe. Maybe what the universe is a cycle of like collapsing and expanding universes. Every time a universe collapses, it creates a Big Bang and expands, collapses back. Maybe that's what it is. But then you can also say this again. Okay, where did the original energy come from? And so whatever the original part is, you would call that God probably. But the thing about that is, I mean, well, yeah, so it's okay. Good night. I'm gonna go read. Where's your jacket? It's gone. But the being that the creator would need to, yeah, so like so like even if you suppose that, okay, maybe God exists, maybe let's say God exists and then God created the universe. Well, where did God comes from? Everything can happen. Who knows? If God doesn't have infinite thing, uh, e- everything can happen. Who knows if God doesn't have infinite things to do? Yeah, but like, okay, it'd be like, where did God come from? Then, and so like, if the answer to where does God come from a religious standpoint, if the answer is, well, God always exists, then there is literally no reason to say that, okay, well, the universe just always exists. It like it because the answer is like makes like has no logical bound to it, then the answer to the other one would have no logical bound to it. I think so. Like the way that you can get around this, so like whether it's like for like a like the if you want to prove like the exist or not prove, if you want to like have an explanation for like why things exist, I guess I'll have to like I guess the question would be why. So something can't come from nothing, right? That's obvious. That's like an obvious rule of our reality. Um, suppose there was a universe with nothing. So suppose there was a universe that, yeah, is nothing. Why can't something come from that? So like, okay, in our universe right here, where we are right now, the reason why like things can't come, like just things just don't happen, is because we have laws, right? We have things like govern our unit, like thermodynamics, right? Physics. This type of like these types of things govern the universe. The reason why something can't come from nothing is because like it simply cannot, because we have laws, right? There are these things called laws of the universe. If there was a universe that had nothing, there would also be no laws. So like the rule that nothing, like something can't come from nothing, that doesn't exist in like nothing. Like nothing doesn't have the law that something can't come from nothing. So if you want to think about it in a weird way, I wouldn't say like, I don't necessarily know why something couldn't come from nothing framed in that way. It's only constant questions that keep moving back to. I think, yeah, if you want like an original thing, you could just say, if there is nothing, so if nothing exists, or if nothing doesn't exist, whatever, if there is nothing, then there's no law that supposes that like nothing, that something can't come from nothing, therefore something can just appear. There's a theory that the universe repeats itself infinitely, so there would have been infinite dances before you and after you. Yeah, but that's still like, okay, well, where did the original one come from? Like where, like, yeah, that still doesn't solve, like, doesn't satisfy the question. Apparently a lot of personality traits are genetic, which I guess means technically who your parents are genetically says what your base personality is going to be. I mean, that makes sense, right? Yeah. I would like probably I'd say yeah, probably. But like, I mean, that's like basically everything. It was just a side note. Oh yeah. I think, okay. So supposing something came from nothing. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily make sense why something wouldn't be able to come from nothing, because nothing doesn't have any rules that says something can't come from nothing. I think that's the best way. That's the best way I've heard that like you can like explain why something came from nothing. So whether it be like a god or whether it be like the universe, yeah. Although I don't have any ammunition against just the existence of a god or like some type of god. I would say like I am in disbelief. Like, so rather than like being like I don't know if there's a god, I'm definitely in disbelief to like a large amount of like religious type of like gods. Mainly because of like logical contradictions. Every theory circles back in some way. So I think infinity has to somehow relate to existence, maybe. And genetic variables make people act different from their parents, but people from past generations. It could be that. It could be that your so it could be like your father's genetics and your mother's genetics mixed together in a certain way that like creates an entirely new, or like not entirely new, but like it formulates a personality that's not necessarily based on, I mean, it would kind of be based on like your past, but like it would be more like, you It's just like it's like mixing colors. Maybe. Where it's like, it's not necessarily based on someone else. Like, you're not like copying like your grandmother's personality or something. But it's more like you're creating an entirely new one by like merging two existing genetic, you know, thing. Mixing genetics or something like that. I don't know what I'm doing with this. I forgot to add in another strap. Okay, I'm basically... Dennis, you better explore all these questions in your manga. You know... Listen, I'm not Monogatari. I'm not here to do philosophy in my manga. Although... well, yeah. Also, where does the name Dennis come from? Yeah, I don't know. They so I think it was UpGod. UpGod is one of my moderators in Discord. UpGod did a poll, which was like, gave a bunch of names. It was like, to name me Cutie Patootie, something else, and Dennis. Oh, also racist. So it's racist, Cutie Patootie, or Dennis. So people picked Dennis because, like, I guess it was an actual name. I'm pretty sure that Dennis comes from like people calling Denji Dennis, but I don't know why they're connecting me to Denji. I don't know. Very, very weird. I do not know. I do not know at all. Very odd. Very odd. I don't know. I'm trying to find a new pose though. That's for sure. Posing. Like this pose? Yeah, like this pose, yeah. Maybe you and Denji have similar goals? I don't think so. Because you like Tatsuki Fujimoto? Maybe. I don't think that was the reason. I think you just picked a random name for no reason. A very interesting thing I realized is that what you perceive as existing is just your brain's interpretation of reality. Yeah. I think that was like the main reason for like Descartes' spiral into I think therefore I am. He was like, oh yeah, I don't know if the world exists. Like my brain could just be making whatever, like making something up. But what I do know is I'm thinking. So if I'm thinking, at the very least, the only thing I do know that exists is myself. But yeah, your brain makes up whatever it wants. I've gone on and on about this, but there's like a split brain experiment where like, severed the corpus callosum, so like the two sides of the brain doesn't connect to each other. And I mean, you could look this up for yourself, but in general, like one of the experiments showed that your brain makes up the excuse for whatever, like for the reason that you're doing things, in general. So like, yeah. I've explained this so many times, but I don't even really have a real grasp on like or rather, I guess I just don't want to set it up again, the premise of like what it was. But yeah, it was a really interesting study thing that was like done, which is really interesting. And it was basically like, yeah, your brain kind of just makes up the brain makes up the reason that you believe that you do things, is essentially what it showed. Which is really weird. Really interesting. Do you just respond to Dennis though? No, I do. Like if someone called out Dennis in the street, would you like turn? Nah, I wouldn't. Or maybe, you know, Dennis is such a, I haven't heard like that many Dennises, so maybe I would. But yeah, it's not like my name, but like when I see it, I like, yeah, especially in chat, it's like, I respond to it in the context of live streaming. But if like, I don't know, like my brother was like, hey, Dennis, like, I don't think I would actually, or like, I saw Dennis doing this. Like, I don't think I would actually like, it wouldn't make sense to me to like think that it's me. Would you like to have my right brain separated from the left one? I don't think so, no. I don't really know what the effects are. Essentially it kind of splits it splits your consciousness. It kind of splits your consciousness. Apparently that's like basically what happens. You can look into experiment. I think I think his name is Joe. No, what was the thing? No, it was, what was the name? Joe Scott. I think it's Joe Scott. I think Joe Scott has a video on the split brain experiment or something like that. And that video explains it way better than I could have. Dude, I genuinely had no idea. I fully thought it was your name. No, it's not. Denji, did you watch Chainsaw Man? I don't know. See, Denji's gonna be confusing for me because Denji's an actual character's name. I did watch Chainsaw Man. I didn't watch the movie. Don the Dennis, how are you, by the way? I'm good. I'm doing good. Abby does know my full name, but Abby's not going to tell you my full name because I told her it would be boring if everyone knew my name. Is basically it. Basically, if someone needs to know my name, they have to guess it by pure chance, pure randomness. Who's Abby? A66I3, I think. Which is like the number, it's one of the moderators in Discord. Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing, Broken Skull? You doing good? Hopefully. Should I work my way up the ranks of your server and learn this so-called secret information? I mean, no one else, even the moderators don't know this information. Only Abby knows, because she guessed it by pure chance, randomness. Pretty good, I guess. I gotta study now. I'll still be on stream though. Nice. Okay, well, good luck on your studies, I guess. Where did Abby guess my name? Where are your parents from? I'm gonna start saying ideas. They're from the Caribbean, but my name is not a Caribbean name. At least I don't think so. No, it's not. Is that a whale? It is, in fact, a whale. Mark is crazy. No, my name is not Mark. Is it just an English name? Like Dennis or something religious? It's not religious or anything. My parents aren't religious. Although my parents are spiritual, I guess. I suppose. Which is like surprising how I'm not spiritual. Actually, I probably was more spiritual at some point. Also, yes, I'm not giving any hints. No hints. I'm not gonna be like, oh yes, my name sounds like this, or my name is like blah blah blah. I'm just gonna give yes or no answers to what my name is. No hints, fair enough. Like I said, pure random chance. Maybe I'm a gambler. Maybe I'm a gambling man. I could have just put that lower, actually. What if I do that? Is it Abby? It's not Abby, no. Wait, so if I were to guess it right on stream, how'd that work? Would you text? No, no, the people who were in stream, actually, it's not only Abby, the people who are in stream with me, while Abby was guessing, like knows my name as well. Do you like guessing names? No. I don't guess people's names. I don't really have an interest in people's names, to be honest. Of course, I'm talking about on the internet. I don't need to know someone's name, to be honest. Doesn't make a difference to me. Samuel? It's not Samuel. Oh, do I just like guessing things? No. Carnivorous whales? Yes. Carnivorous whale, yes it is. What if I pull up a list of every name and copy paste it on stream? Well, no, because you have to guess the one answer. If you guess everything, then that's like a single guess, and that single guess is not a real... Like, my name is not every single name on a list. That's not a guess. No, it's not Timothy or Jeffrey. Or Brody? No. Tom? Absolutely not. Martin? Nah. William? Nah. It's Mark? What? Oh. You already guessed Mark. Yeah, you're not gonna guess it. Abby guessed it. Ugh. Abby guessed it because, yeah, it's... Oh, wow, bro, hates Tom. No, not Matthew either. Is the name Adam? No, but Abby tried that already. Did I? Someone guessed Mark. I think it's Mark. No! You guessed that 3 times now. Is that... I can't even do the accent. No, it's not that either. Brochacho? I think it's Brochacho. I'm not going... No, it's not Brochacho. Yeah, you're not... Hubert? Albert? No. Is it Mark? It might be Mark, actually. Steven? Steven Zapata. No. Bob, Kevin. No. Stewart. I'm sorry, but you're not gonna get it. Daniel? Why is Daniel like the one with like the most important? Why is Daniel the one with the question mark? No, it's not Daniel either. It's not. Yeah, you're not gonna get it. I'm sorry. Jack? No. Alfred? No. Not a butler. Yes, all Alfreds are butlers. Kind of like how all Sebastians are butlers too. What even is that, Broken Skull? Robert? Nah. Jaden? Jalen? No. You know, whales are a really good shape if you're trying to draw. Never mind. Never mind. Idris? No. Theodore? No. Liam? No. What even is that, Broken Skull? I'm naming the demon in my basement. No. Alvin? No. Okay, you're just naming all the chipmunks now. No. Bartholomew? You know I wish. Darwin? Maybe. No. Lucius? No. Philip? No. I'm not a screwdriver. Charles. Mark? I think it's Mark, actually. This is a whale. Wilhelm? Okay. Yes, I am the greatest swordsman. I am... You know, Wilhelm is also a butler name, but that might just because I watched. That might just be because I watch ReZero. Leonard, Leonard, Charles, Philip. Oh wait, no, I read that already. No. Ryan. No, not Ryan. Is that Michael? No. Nicholas or Nicholas? No. Kalen? No. Donatello? Well, I'm not a Ninja Turtle. Connor? No. Michael? No. Jay? No. Raphael? Of course. No. You shouldn't guess Splinter. Miles or Miles? No. Cole? No. Okay, hold on. There you go. Oh, whatever this thing is. Dave? Nah. Cade? Lincoln? No. It's none of those, Broken Skull. I'm not DJ Khaled. What are you even saying anymore, Alphabot? Bernard? I wish I was a Bernard. No. Vincent? Andrew? No. Ronnie? No. Dennis, is the whale from ReZero? You know, I wasn't thinking about that, but maybe. No, he did say Wilhelm a little while ago. It does look like the white whale. Kind of. I can't remember. Does the white whale have like a little halo above it? Invincible? What? Title card? Okay, I'm just gonna finish off this bottle. Winstead, that's a new one. I remember that. Wait a minute, does she have no underwear? Anyways, moving on. Jacob Joe? No. I think this Diddy blood is Epstein. What? Hikaru? No. No underwear? Over there. Jefferson, Terry, Yusuf, Larry, Joshua, Jacob Joe, Hikaru. No underwear? Where? Over there. Underwear. Wait, what? Heh. Healy. Finley? Are you trying to say Spinley? Bro, the Subway car died. I just think of I think of the chess player, Hikaru Nakamura. Is this something? Whatever. Wait, how did I get to Twitter? How am I on Twitter right now? I didn't. I thought he died when Alphabot mentioned that. Mentioned what? Frank Wolfgang? Oh. Amadeus? Wait, no. Wrong person. It is Mozart, right? That is Mozart's name. Bro, I could be a Mozart. No, I could not. He plays. Yeah. What am I talking about? Who else? Yeah. No dip. Obviously, that's who that is. Have I played any of Mozart's pieces? I don't know. Okay, how about I just do this? Jace, Alec. Oh, you thought he died when Alphabot mentioned that. Oh, I see. Alexander, James, Alec. No, none of those. Mammon? No. Are you naming just what? No, I'm not. I'm not Asmodeus. No. Nigel? No. Nigel. Okay, fine. I'll do this. I cave. Behemoth? Oh. Marion? No. Sink? Yeah, it might be Sink, honestly. Victor? Riley? Nigel with the hard R? Oh. How white is it, Dennis? It's not white at all, actually. And that's the last hint I'll give. By white, I assume you mean like American. I don't even know what that word is. Broken skull. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. What are those? Corey? Ah, yes. No, it's not that. Corey? Bruce? No. I thought you know what? Whatever. You do you. I think Abby was definitely more lost than us. Yes, Abby was definitely more lost. Well, actually, that's probably not true. Well, yes, Abby was more lost because Abby like guessed way farther. Weigh-in? I don't know. Peter? Beelzebub? Not even Beelzebub. Krampus? I could be Krampus. I could be a Krampus. Wade? No. Leviathan? Maybe. Cain? Huh? Next you're gonna guess Abel or something. Satan? Lucifer? None of those. Although I think Lucifer is actually a pretty cool name. I'm not gonna lie. Satan? Satan is clunky. I'm not gonna lie. I think of Satin, and Satin is not a pretty name. Abel? Oh, okay, of course not. No, not Abel. Wait, which one is the one that killed the other one? I don't know. Not too good with religion. Well, one is named the Canaanite, so I assume Abel is dead. Cain was alive, and Cain did stuff. Judas? Ishmael? My own name? My name is not Ishmael. Ishmael? Don't know which one to do. Did some mosquito bite you there? I don't know what this is. I wouldn't say so. I don't know what this is. Just a bump there. I don't know why. Your name is Juan? Maybe it is. The fault lies with the US. Okay. Okay. Oh, hi, Bubba. There you are. Are you quoting... What's it called? Limbus Company? Dante? No. Stop. No, we're not doing this. No. We are not doing this. I haven't even played the game. I don't even know the lore of the game. Virgil? I am the storm that is approaching. Of course. Juan Dale. Oh, glory to Limbus Compan. Okay. So her feet would be like there. I bring this around here like that. I bring this around like that. This is tough. Yeah, it's borderline impossible. Honestly, the only reason Abby got my name is because Abby, I just like ended up like accidentally like saying a hint. Actually, I didn't really say that much of like that many hints, but like Abby just like, got pointed more in the right direction than like I would have liked. It wasn't fun anymore. It wasn't really a guessing game. Have you heard the name before? You've probably heard the name before, yeah. This is stupid ass shit like Frank. I'm gonna be so mad. Sharon. No, maybe you've heard it like once before, but I wouldn't say any. I would guess you've probably never. You've probably heard of a name similar or like the name itself, maybe like a couple times, but I wouldn't say you probably don't know more than like two. You probably haven't heard the name more than twice, like attributed to a person or at all. Amy, Dorothy. Benjamin, no. Hello, Davex. Welcome to the stream. Okay, it's been 4 hours. I'm gonna do 2 more drawings, and then I'll call it quits. Sarcophagus? Oh, sarcophagus. Dang, how can I guess something? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Why are we saying names? They're trying to guess my name. After all, my name is not Dennis. Zachary? Honestly, I like Zachary as a name. I like Zachary as a name, but Zach is like... I've heard Zach too many times. Douglas. Douglas. I'd be a Douglas, I'm not gonna lie. If people start calling me Douglas, I just like saying Douglas. Jesse. What? Do I like make drugs now? Do I have to cook? Who doesn't like saying Douglas? I don't know. Doug. My name is Doug. Imagine. Douglas. Gus. Would your name work as a cat name? I don't know. Most names work like a... Most names can work. I don't know what a cat name is. Earl? Nah. Alright. How does this work, actually? So, if her hips are like here... Elias? No. Be like here? Isaac. Tyrone. No, I'm not bound to anything. Sinbad? No. Sinbad. Sinbad. Kai? No. Senate? Frozone? Yeah, that's my name. Alright, guys, you can stop. He guessed my name. It's Frozone. Sans? Wait, I can't do it. I used to be good at it. I can't do it anymore. I could be a Sans. I could voice act for Sans. No, I can't do it anymore. No, that's too high now. I lost my touch. I lost my elegance. I'm not a Sans anymore. I'm just Exodia. No, I think my name is actually Blue Eyes White Dragon. I've never watched Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way. What part of the globe would it be attributed to? I have no idea. Not America, though. It's been me, not him. It's not fair. Dennis, who were in the stream with Abby? I actually don't really remember. I know there were some people, like maybe Sloth. I don't know. Bring in her spine, like so. My guess is my guess. Oh, I see. Then your guess is wrong. What the heck is that? Is that Izzy? Is I? Freddy? Mercury? No. No. I think your name is your name. My name is in fact my name. Bro, what is that? I said I was going to do 2 more drawings. I think this is the last drawing, actually. I must make lunch. I must make lunch. And stuff. Do you have a common name? No, I don't think so. You get the reference? I don't. No, I would not say that my name is common. So is your name or my name? No, my name is my name. But, I mean, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go eat now, but I'm glad... but I'm glad to have guessed your name, Kemi. Who the heck is Kemi? They're not gonna guess it because the stream is about to end. In a little while, in a second. Oh, those muscles don't even activate right now, so these muscles shouldn't even really be here. Okay, I see. Yes, goodbye, Alphabot. Have a good day. I'm not gonna lie, you guys could have probably sat here for the entire day and probably still not guess my name. My name is not Pedro. Or Pascal. Although I do like to make wagers. No, I don't. What am I talking about? Angela. Gregor. No. Penelope. Penelope is a very soft name. Also, Penelope. Penelope. And Telemachus. Yes. Virgilius. No. Liam. No. High five for us. I neither have a horse nor an infant. I'm just a man. Okay, wait, no, enough. And Mark, I think it's Mark actually. Yeah. What's up, Mark? I was rejected by a girl called Laura, and since it's the most popular name for girls in Italy, I see everyone get traumatized. Well, that makes sense, I suppose. It be like that, unfortunately. I wish you a speedy recovery. Is that Christoph? Christoph is a name, that's for sure. I don't know how much I like it, though. It's kind of chill, though. Christoph. I like the off part. I like the Christoph. Yeah, Christoph is a good name. Although all I remember is Frozen. No, why are there random names in chat? They're trying to guess my name. Even my Italian professor is called Laura. Can't help it. Oof. Rip. If everyone's named Laura, then is anyone named Laura? Is my name Orlando? Nah. Syndrome? Eh. I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm just... Ricardo? Ricardo's a name. It's a name and a half. Bartholomew. Someone guessed that already. My name isn't Bartholomew, unfortunately. As depressing as that is. Already guessed it? Did you? No, I don't... Oh, yeah, Bartholomew. Yes. Hard flatbread already guessed Ricardo. Ricardo equals ReZero equals peak. I'm not, in fact, a dog. My name is Bob. 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 SpongeBob. SpongeBob. Okay, I'm done. I'm pretty much done with this drawing too. And if I'm done with this drawing, then I'm pretty much done with the stream. So I'll start saying my goodbyes now. Thank you guys for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Hopefully you had a good time. I am probably gonna go. Mason? Bon? Who the hell's Bon? But yes. Thank you guys for coming to the stream. I am going to probably go eat or make lunch or something like that. I don't really know. Actually, I haven't thought about it that much. But yes. Goonie? No. Best 4 hours spent? Oh, I'm glad you guys liked it. I should have stretched after yesterday because all my muscles are sore. Like, literally all of them. Okay, except for my abs. But I don't know how's that possible? How's everything but my abs sore? That's like, okay, I guess I didn't really use much of my abs, so fair enough. Texas Chainsaw Man? Your gluttony is disgusting. It is, isn't it? Goodbye. Why do you feel sore? I was running I was very active yesterday. Doing a lot, that's why. But yeah. Thank you guys for coming. I will see you guys later. Yes, I will rest. Oh, Stewie. My name is not Stewie now. Yes, thank you guys for coming to the stream. Goodbye.